Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Alfir, how you doing? Is it morning for you? Sorry. It's 2:30 p.m. in the UK. I got off work a little bit early again, so I can stream. Hello. So, the goal today is to finish the first draft, basically. And if we finish with good time, then I might start looking at the editing in the second draft. But we'll see how we get on. So, where were we? We were about to enter into talking about AI and then getting to the very end of the game. So, hey Samuel. Is it early for you guys where you are? Or is it an okay time? So, I'll just read my way into it, but I think we're actually going to be starting off with a little bit of research. I've actually, full disclosure, I've actually prepped, I think I want to talk about Mustafa Suleyman, and I found an interesting looking conversation between him and Yuval Noah Harari. So I want to play that because I haven't watched that yet and see if there's anything interesting in it that will kind of kickstart this final section. Oh, I forgot to announce it in Discord. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, it'll be on the VOD. 9:30 a.m. Jeez. Arcadia, it is 2:30 on a Friday. You should be at work. Right. Let's start. So I want to bring this on screen for you all. So I found that they've apparently got quite an interesting conversation, so I want to see how this goes. I haven't watched this yet, but we'll see if there's anything kind of use in here to kickstart it. Oh, you just finished. Hey, Jared. Nice to see you. So yeah, so we're going to start with this. I'm just going to play this and just see if there's anything of interest here. So for context, everyone, Yuval Noah Harari, he wrote Homo Deus, which is one of the books that I was reading. I should, but I've got off early. I finish at 2:30 normally on a Friday, if I'm lucky. So yeah, so Yuval Noah Harari, he's written a really interesting book called Homo Deus, which I've got here, and I've got a couple of quotes from. He is very kind of wary of AI. Mustafa Suleyman is someone that I also picked up from my readings, but I haven't actually kind of watched him speak yet. But he co-founded DeepMind, which is Google's AI, before Google came and bought it, essentially. So I'm quite interested to see what he has to say about AI. So yeah, let's see what they have to say with The Economist.
Yuval Noah Harari, welcome. You are a best-selling author, historian. Thank you for joining us.
It's good to be here.
Mustafa Suleyman. Wonderful that you can join us too. You're a friend of The Economist, a fellow director on The Economist board. You were a co-founder of DeepMind. You're now a co-founder and CEO of Inflection AI. So let's take 5 years.
Oh, so he left.
2028. What does the world look like?
In the next 5 years, the frontier model companies, those of us at the very cutting edge who are training the very largest AI models, are going to train models that are over 1,000 times larger than what you currently see today in GPT-4. Instead of just generate new text in a one shot, the model will be able to generate a sequence of actions over time. And I think that that's really the character of AI that we'll see in the next 5 years. Artificial capable AIs. AIs that can't just say things, they can also do things.
But what does that actually mean in practice? Just use your imagination. Tell me what my life will be like in 2028.
It will be able to make phone calls to other humans to negotiate. It will be able to call other AIs in order to establish the right sequence.
It's already doing that. It's already making phone calls. I can't remember if any of you were on a previous stream where I talked about the fact that I've had to do some of this kind of investigation for my day job. There are companies out there right now that you can effectively hire to be your salespeople, and you train it up on your product and they cold call for you, which is quite scary. I had to have a conversation with one of them to see how it worked, and it's very uncanny. You can definitely tell you're speaking to an AI, but yeah.
Sequence in a supply chain, for example. And of course, it will learn to use APIs, application programming interfaces, so other websites or other knowledge bases or other information stores. And so, the world is your oyster. You can imagine that being applied to many, many different parts of our economy.
So Yuval, a man who doesn't use a smartphone very much, you listen to this. Does this fill you with horror, and do you agree with it?
I would take it very seriously. I don't know. I'm not coming from within the industry, so I cannot comment on how likely it is to happen. But when I hear this as a historian, for me, what we just heard, this is the end of human history. Not the end of history, the end of human-dominated history. History will continue with somebody else in control. Because what we just heard is basically Mustafa telling us that in 5 years, there'll be a technology that can make decisions independently and that can create new ideas independently. Mm-hmm. This is the first time in history we confronted something like this.
I think it's important to say, these are not autonomous tools by default. These capabilities don't just naturally emerge from the models. We attempt to engineer capabilities, and the challenge for us is to be very deliberate and precise and careful about those capabilities that we want to emerge from the model, that we want to build into the model, and the constraints that we build around it. It's super important not to anthropomorphically project ideas and potential intentions or potential agency or potential autonomy into these models. The governance challenge for us over the next couple of decades to ensure that we contain this wave is to ensure that we always get to impose our constraints on the development of this the trajectory of this development.
Right, okay, so just a quick prediction, because that's interesting. He said that. He's effectively saying that a Shodan wouldn't appear. He's saying that it's a tool to use. But I think Yuval Noah Harari is about to, it looks like maybe they cut ahead. But I wouldn't be surprised if he mentions Geoffrey Hinton. So Geoffrey Hinton made a really interesting point. I'm actually just getting Yuval's book now because it's somewhere in here. And I can't remember, I think I folded the page on it. 2 secs. Yep, here it is. Okay, so Geoffrey Hinton, who is known as kind of like the godfather of AI, he effectively has said that like we would lose control of these systems. He kind of compares it to evolution. Like you design the baseline of the system the same way the same way evolution designs its algorithm, but you can't control, if you just create that algorithm, you can't control where that goes. Somebody who, for argument's sake, say somebody designed the evolutionary footprint, say God designed that. God wouldn't be able to design it to the point where human beings crawl out of the mud. That's kind of where a lot of that comes from. So I'm curious to know if he raises it, but it looks like they cut ahead, which is a shame.
This way.
We'll fight if he's not mentioned here. I'll find Geoffrey Hinton because I'm pretty sure he did 60 minutes rather at one point, and that will presumably be on here. So let me find it in a minute.
Is to ensure that we always get to impose our constraints on the development of this the trajectory of this development.
Can this kind of containment, as Mustafa calls it, be done when you have the sort of tensions you've got between the world's big players?
I think this is the biggest problem. That if it was a question of, humankind versus a common threat of these new intelligent alien agents here on Earth, then yes, I think that there are ways we can contain them. But if the humans are divided among themselves and are in an arms race, then it becomes almost impossible to contain this alien intelligence. And there is, I'm tending to think of it more in terms of really an alien invasion. That like somebody coming and telling us that, there is a fleet, an alien fleet of spaceships coming from planet Zircon or whatever, with highly intelligent beings. They'll be here in 5 years and take over the planet. Maybe they'll be nice. Maybe they'll solve cancer and climate change, but we are not sure. This is what we are facing, except that the aliens are not coming in spaceships from planet Zircon, they're coming from the laboratory.
He's sitting right next to you, the creator
I
of the
honestly think
aliens.
it's an unhelpful characterization of the nature of the technology. An alien has by default agency. These are going to be tools that we can apply in narrow settings.
Yes, but let's say they potentially have.
Again, it shows quite a lot of optimism, I think, from Mustafa, that he's just saying it would just be a tool. It would just be a tool, That's interesting.
Agency.
Yeah. So Yuval's comparing it to an alien invasion. Basically, Yuval's making the point, exactly the point he makes in the book, which is Pandora's out the box. It's the thing I believe as well. Pandora's out the box. We cannot control this once it's out the box. We can't control where it will go. And certain AI experts believe that we're looking at 20 years tops before we reach superintelligence. Something like Shodan that is smarter than we are. That's the argument that they make. Some people claim it's scaremongering. I think there's a level of scaremongering, but I also think, and we'll talk about Elon Musk in a minute, because I want to flag him as well one more time before I finish up the script. There's some of the scaremongering comes from these kind of conglomerate owners, these big billionaires, your Elon Musks, primarily because they realize they've been left behind. Arcadia makes a good point. Yeah, you know what's a tool? A nuke. Palantir AI, if I get Palantir up, which is Peter Thiel's AI, which is fucking terrifying, to be frank. Palantir is effectively... Here it is. So Peter Thiel, who we've looked at a few times already for this video, he has developed, his team, his company, Palantir, who already have governmental contracts with the US government, particularly CIA. They work quite closely with the CIA. Bin Laden, getting Bin Laden is down to the technology that they got from Palantir. Apparently, you take it all with a pinch of salt. But Palantir's AI effectively can now integrate with military models. So you can, using like an AI function, you can control a drone strike, for argument's sake. Now, Palantir point out quite clearly, very similar to the way that Mustafa does, that there are very strict regulations included in this. We don't have time today, and I'm not just because I've seen this off stream separate, like in the build up to the System Shock video. So I'm not going to redo research just for this purpose of the stream. But you can see demos of it on YouTube. I will quickly just show you the video I'm talking about, but we won't watch it. Get it up. Palantir military demo AIP. Here it is. Let me get this up just so I can show you. If anybody is curious, you're more than welcome to go away and have a look at this. It's from the Palantir YouTube channel. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is what they are selling. Palantir AIP, Defense and Military. And if I just skip ahead, where is it? Here we go. They walk you through how this works. It's fucking crazy. But one of the things they do flag to give Palantir the benefit of the doubt. I don't particularly believe that I should be, but you know, let's all be fair. Palantir do flag and they walk you through the AIP core that they've designed, which effectively means that Palantir won't have access to anything without any human intervention. So it won't be able to start controlling drones on its own. But, you know, sci-fi future, AI that we don't control, AI getting out of control. Palantir effectively say that they have built the tools to always be in control of that AI, which I think is naive at best. And also, does anybody want Peter Thiel to have control of this? Because I don't. But yes, let me go back to this because we're not going to walk through Palantir. I'm not planning to talk about Palantir.
We can try to prevent them from having agency, but we know that they are going to be highly intelligent and at least potentially have agency. And this is a very, very frightening mix. Something we never confronted before. Again, atom bombs didn't have a potential for agency. Printing...
There you go. Which one of you mentioned nukes? Was it you, Arcadia? Sorry, the reason why I mentioned Palantir is because the CEO of Palantir, not Peter Thiel, I forget his bloody name now, but he's effectively like Peter Thiel's little friend. Alex Karp, this guy. Alex Karp has described it as an Oppenheimer moment, AI. He's described artificial intelligence as an Oppenheimer moment. And he uses that as a benefit. Now, to be clear, his job as CEO is to sell this technology. So, of course, he's going to big it up as much as possible, so you take everything with a pinch of salt, but he has described it as an Oppenheimer moment. His argument is basically, if we don't make it, our enemies will. Russia, China, etc. So we need to have the bigger bomb. We need to have the better AI to protect ourselves from their developed AI. And whilst I follow the logic, because we're now in a position where, again, Pandora's box has officially been opened. This stuff is on the mass market. It's, you know, I don't like the fact we have nukes. But yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if in 30 years Christopher Nolan's going to make a AI movie. You know?
Presses did not have a potential for agency. This thing, again, unless we contain it, and the problem of containment is very difficult because potentially they'll be more intelligent than us. How do you prevent something more intelligent than you from developing the agency it has? I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's very, very difficult. I appreciate that there are actors in the private sector like Mustafa who are thinking very seriously about regulation and containment.
No worries, Alfie. Have a good one.
But we must have an external entity in the game. And for that, we need to develop new institutions that will have the human resources, that will have the economic and technological resources, and also will have the public trust. Because without public trust, it won't work. Are we capable of creating such new institutions? I don't know.
I do think Yuval raises an important point. Their creators, can't quite predict what powers they will have. They may not be fully autonomous, but they will be moving some ways towards there. And so how do you guard against that?
Well, you pressure test them. You try to make them fail.
But you can't pressure test for everything in advance.
Correct.
So there is I think, a very real point that Yuval is making about as the capabilities increase, so the risks increase of relying on you and other creator companies to make them
it's
safe.
a very fair question, and that's why I've long been calling for the precautionary principle. We should both take some capabilities off the table and classify those as high risk. I mean, frankly, the EU AI Act, which has been in draft for 3.5 years, is very sensible, has a risk-based framework that applies to each application domain, whether it's healthcare or self-driving or facial recognition. And it basically takes certain capabilities off the table when that threshold is exceeded. I listed a few earlier. Autonomy, for example, is clearly a capability that it has the potential to be high risk.
Quick thing for you, Arcadia, and for anybody else who's in the UK in the chat, but I know that Arcadia is also in the UK. We were talking about Palantir just a second ago. So Palantir's, primarily, it is effectively a fancy database. That is effectively all it is. I'm just bouncing off of Ajax Lynx's point here when you say, when it comes to AI, pray for data, but prepare for showdown. Yeah, totally. That's a really good turn of phrase. But the thing about Palantir is, Peter Thiel and Palantir have a contract with the NHS, with the National Health Service in the UK, which is our free at the point of use healthcare service. He has a contract to effectively manage that data. And I don't like that. That's a brand new thing. I think that came in quite recently. Let me get there'll be an article somewhere about it. Peter Thiel, NHS 2023. And he said some fucking shit thing. Here we go. Classic. You can always rely on the Guardian, eh? Palantir's Peter Thiel, NHS is a natural target for outspoken billionaire. He said that it has to be ripped up to start over. I mean, he likes to be Mr. Contrarian, so you take it with a pinch of salt. Hey, Sketch. But yeah, look, he described our affection for the NHS as Stockholm Syndrome. To quote him, highways create traffic jams, welfare creates poverty, schools make people dumb, and the NHS makes people sick. Tell that to my free pacemaker, Peter. Fucking evil. I can't say the words I want to say because this whole stream will get knocked down. But yeah, somebody get a bullet ready.
Recursive self-improvement, the same story. So this is the moment when we have to adopt a precautionary principle, not through any fear-mongering, but just as a logical, sensible way to proceed.
Is it sensible for a country to rule out certain capabilities if the other side is not going to rule them out?
This is a moment when we collectively in the West have to establish our values and stand behind them. What we cannot have is a race to the bottom that says, just because they're doing it, we should take the same risk. If we adopt that approach and cut corners left, right, and center, we'll ultimately pay the price.
We didn't agree about much, but I completely agree on that we need, in many fields, a coalition of the willing. And if some actors in the world don't want to join, it's in our interest to, again, something like banning bots impersonating people. So some countries will not agree, but that doesn't matter. To protect our societies, it's still a very good idea to have these kinds of regulations.
Thanks for watching. To watch the full debate, covering subjects.
That's a really good one. I'm going to take that. It's interesting hearing Mustafa Suleyman talk about how it's just a tool, because I'm going to get up a Geoffrey Hinton quote in a minute. Whoops. Mistake. Let's go back up. Let me get my Geoffrey Hinton clip. There's got to be. I'm pretty sure he talked about it on 60 Seconds. Let me find him. Because he directly disagrees. 60 minutes, not 60 seconds. 60 minutes. Ah, here he is.
Computer.
Right, let's just bring this back to the beginning. I'll play this. Oh, Tyron, to be clear, like, as somebody who adores the NHS, like, the NHS is flawed, but it's primarily flawed because of the way that A, it's managed by our government, and B, it's funded. It's a bloody mess. I've got majority of family members are in the NHS, like work for the NHS, and the stories they will tell you will shock you, but it's not an institutional issue. You know, the concept of the NHS isn't the problem. But injured at work last week, I mean, the NHS will be very far up the creek. Totally sketch, yep. Absolutely. And I think that, you know, we shouldn't blindly kind of say the NHS is perfect the way it is, because it bloody well isn't. It needs to be fixed. But the NHS needs to be fixed, not ripped out. Not changed so it's no longer free at the point of use or anything like that. Like, don't fuck with the economical factor. Like, pay your doctors and nurses properly. Invest in mental health for your workers. Like, it's typical organizational stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna pop this in.
Neural networks that are good at doing things, but we don't really understand exactly how they do those things.
Exactly how. Cool.
What are...
Perfect. Thank you. Exactly how they do these things. Lovely. Thank you, Geoffrey. Let me just clip you, pop you in here. Right, let's go back to the point that Mustafa makes, and I think I can start writing a little bit here. Let's pop some tunes on a lo-fi video game music. Music by Hellant. 10 hours of lo-fi video game beats. Lovely. Thank you, pal. Okay, right, let's start with Mustafa. So the lead-in is... I'm going to play that clip of Mustafa talking about it just being a tool. Shodan might have achieved hyperintelligence and sentience, but she is Trioptimum's baby. It is the corporation's fault she's like this. So, outside the video game, what hope in hell do we have if we create something like her? And is that even possible? Hey Mithril, just in time, we're doing the final stretch. The Nier soundtrack is great, yes. Great game too. By itself. He argues. Hey, Virgil. Shodan won't be here in 2072. We'll be lucky. Well, we won't be lucky. We won't be lucky. That's a poor turn of phrase by me. surprised if she arrives before 2500. Ajax, it doesn't. We don't learn what her plan would have been after Earth, no. But yeah, probably just consistent expansion among the stars. This is great, this music. Where was this previous streams? Do it yourself, Alex? Did you do this yourself? 10 hours of my covers and original songs. Lovely. Don't want to say simply, because it's not simple. He thinks that AI will become a tool. Might as well mention the EU's AI regulations. So, for example, somewhere in the article, they're a parasite that uses machine learning to steal from other people. Like my boss wanted me to do, and I said no. Silly man. Isn't the only technocrat is pushing for more AI regulation. Hey, Chris. Beezus, that donation is incredibly kind. Thank you very much. You didn't need to do that. But we are there. Yes, we're definitely going to finish this today. Thank you. Elon Musk has done the same thing, though, whether that's because he gives a damn. Good question, Hakai. I don't feel qualified to answer, so your best bet would be to speak to somebody else in that field, I think, get their expert opinion. No worries, Arcadia. Oh, I haven't played that Mithril. Is it good? So I'm struggling with the typing because of where I've got the microphone. It's blocking me from the keyboard a little bit, so I just need to keep an eye on like where I am. I can't actually see the keys. I feel like I've made this point already, but I can't remember if I put it in here or if I was just saying it to you guys on one of the streams. So we'll find out when we're working our way back through it. Thank you very much, Mithril. That's honestly very kind. You don't need to, but I'm glad you're getting something out of it. 10 seconds. Will be reduced to the equivalent. Wow, Chicago got snow. Good to see you, Avocado. Tells us unequivocally. Like that actually. Epiphany walk. Epiphany walk. Boom. How do we beat her? It's fine. Oh, we're so close I can taste it. Right. This is it. The final run. Horde fight. Seems it. Climactic. And then cyberspace returns to disappoint everybody. Presentation is awesome because it is. Oops. Checks their human form into Shodan's world. She's not prepared for it. Okay. Full disclosure, bursting for a wee, so give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back. Saturn looms in the sky with a grid map over it, slicing and dicing into quadrants that she's breaking down to analyze. Hindsight, it's pretty ironic. System Shock's ending. This is bad, if not worse, than Bioshock's. Feels a little brutal. I'll keep it for now. For all the beautiful presentation, the ending is Vince. Let's get rid of these. Let's get this. No motion boots. No laser shields. So Taryn says, I wouldn't necessarily say it's brutal, me saying that System Shock has a worse ending. I was talking about Bioshock 1. I still stand by, I think that ending is crap for such a brilliant game. You know, Bioshock might be Bioshock 1 might be my favorite game of all time. It's like well up there. But I still think that ending is not good. And hell, like even the creators of Bioshock think it wasn't very good. So I'm just not sure. I'll think about it when I go back. Laser rifle. cutscene. This is us. The hacker escapes. Shodan shuts down. Figures. We don't take them up on the offer. Oh, it's not worse than Burial at Sea, Beezus. No, Burial at Sea is still the worst one. Out of all the shop games, still the worst one. In the end, Shodan's the god of her own destruction. Underestimates us. Backups for those plans. She refuses to learn from defeat. When Citadel Station is ashes, that's the most human thing about her. It's a good Pokemon cover. It's the same pride and egoism that followed. Night dive. Night dive. Did the opposite. Games ever made. I do like the idea that you could make the case that System Shock exists in the same world as Rapture. I do like that. Like it doesn't need to be exactly what Skip's saying. Like I don't need them to be connected. Have Shock games all exist in their own universes. Oops. Oops, sorry, my earphones have come out. There we go. But I like it as like a fun little theory to kind of discuss, but I would hate it if, you know, they remade System Shock 2 and you find an old audio log from the Thinker in there. Like, I would hate that. But I like it as like a fun little thing to like, you know, talk about with your friends. Like, I really hope that the new Bioshock that's being made is in a different universe and has nothing to do with Rapture. What? Terror. Constantly asking. Yeah, Virgil, there's a new Bioshock. It's not being developed by Ken Levine or anyone. The rumor currently is that it takes place in a secret city in the Arctic, and we'll come across it while it's in the middle of a civil war. That's the theory. We don't really know much, but there's been like early leaks and stuff, but we don't really know anything else. I appreciate you being here then, Chris, if you're not interested in the Shock games. I can imagine quite a lot of this would be quite dull for you. Night Dive Studios did the opposite. They learned from Looking Glass, consulted with them, brought expertise over from the original team, and learned from the setbacks that hit them while developing this remake to one of the most seminal games ever made. They looked to what worked and didn't in the past, but kept the soul of the game they loved to design not just an accessible remake, but a damn love letter to what System Shock wanted to be, and what it was trying to say. Because for its pulp and grime and blood and terror, System Shock goes out of its way to lather the player with options, weapons, level design that rewards thinking about what you're doing. Because we use cyberpunk tools to succeed, and because they made people like Charlie Brooker gush about it back in 1994, it's hard to say that it comes down hard on transhumanism, the same way I can't say that I have it in me to do so either. But one thing's for sure, it's coated in an atmosphere that's constantly asking if we should be participating in the future we're seeing. So what happens after the hack? Look around. We're already here. asking? What are you going to do about it, hacker? What are we going to do about it, hacker? Beezus, I would like it to honestly have a crack at communism or socialism. I would really love to see that, because I don't think Bioshock, well, as the case I make is that I don't really think Bioshock 2 is about that. I think that you could look at that as a political and economic philosophy. I think it'd be really interesting. I think I'm done. Which is kind of always how this happens. I kind of think I've finished the first draft. I feel quite, until you're like in the editing and you've got the audio files and it's all recorded for yourself to start editing with, it does feel very incomplete and a bit kind of anticlimactic, but I think I'm done. Yeah, okay. What time is it? It's 5 to 4. We've got plenty of time. Let's bring this up here. We've got a bunch of stuff sitting in miscellaneous. Let's start the redraft. Sack it. I can keep going. So I already know that there's a couple of areas I want to cover. I've decided that that's Fusion references. That's fine. I need to chuck some more in there actually, but I'll do that later. Yeah, I think I repeat myself throughout, so I'll need to do that. But before I do any of that, I need to tweak a couple of things. First, I want to talk about the music. So I'm probably gonna... Let's start there. Let's talk about the music. So, I think I'm gonna put this right at the beginning. I think Stalinism would be too easy. I think Marxist communism would be more interesting. Yeah, chuffed. Right, okay, I'm going to... Let's talk about the music. I just want to kind of put it in. I might not even keep it, but... Because I know it was quite a controversial thing for some people that the music is so different. But I love it. I love the remix music. I think it's perfect. Yeah, okay. Medical's getting a new beginning. Picture this. Oops. Wait from a 6-month coma. Effectively just taking those top couple of sentences and putting them in here. I could probably just copy it, but I'm just going to type it. Dead-eyed mutants, or fractured, jigsawed, cyborgs. Ominous cameras, watch from sinister red lenses. Your careful wandering. I'm going to stop the music for a minute so I can get these sure. Did I get that Mustafa Sullivan thing in my Fusion references? No, I didn't. Mustafa Sullivan. Wait. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, System Shock, Remake, OST. Perfect, and System Shock, 1994 OST. Is this good enough? What's this? 3 p.m. Put you back down there for now. Medical, baby. This might be quite loud, so get ready. Oh, it's alright. Cool. Perfect. No, Mazer, I did not see that Trent Reznor and Atticus Rose were with him yesterday. What, like, for Death Stranding stuff or for something else? Play clip. Just put the System Shock soundtrack on in the background, the remake. Perfect for losing yourself in a rave. Berserk patch on your arm. Do I mention Warren Spector before that? So I'll have to introduce his title. Perfect, yep. I think they will recast. To answer your question there, Virgil, how do you think Remedy will deal with the death of James McCaffrey? I reckon they will recast. I think that those Max Payne remakes are going to be delayed, but not indefinitely. And I think they will recast them. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. I think they're probably having the same sort of thoughts right now, though, which is, you know, what's better? Do we reuse lines from years and years ago? Because you could. I'm sure they have the files. And you know, attribute it to his death, or do we recast? To use Lance Reddick as a good example, it's very obvious that Door was supposed to be played by Lance Reddick. In fact, I believe that in Alan Wake 2, some people have found like hidden deep in some of the, to take this with a pinch of salt because it might be faked, but people found files, like a fake poster from early development, which is the Mr. Door poster, the late night show with Mr. Door, and it's got a picture of Lance Reddick on it, and Lance Reddick passed away. Now, they probably could have scrimped together some Mr. Door stuff from the things they already have on file. But yeah, well, exactly, Skitch. I don't think they will do AI performance. Remedy does not strike me as the sort of company that's pro AI. I think they would simply recast like they've done with Door and like they've done with Redman and Alice's original actor. I think they would recast, but we don't know. We don't know. Sorry, let me go back to this. So, Instead, the pace is quick. Ready for a fight. I'm not railing on the game for this. I'm sure some fucking comments are going to be like, no, stop moaning about it. The original's an amazing game. It's like, yes, of course it is. But I'm very glad that they didn't just use that sound again. Will they recast Casey's voice too? Yes, I believe so. Whoever they get to play Max Payne, I think will end up voicing Casey as well. Greg, love Piccolo. Oops. Low. Piccolo. Some music legend. For no reason. What does MIDI stand for again? Is that musical instrument something? Musical instrument digital interface, yes, good. Stands for interface. First, I made the music only take up a little bit of space. Talk kilobytes rather than megabytes. And second, yeah, sorry, Bikesh. It initially was going to be a late evening. To get you up to scratch, we have finished the first draft. We're now looking at the edit, and I'm slotting in a couple of things I want to add from the miscellaneous section before we kind of work all the way through it and see how how things sit with me. Let's get Stephen Kick's quote in here. Here it is. I can actually get rid of the stuff from that miscellaneous because I think I mentioned it now. Do I mention Stephen Kick before now? No, I don't. Director of System Shock. Remake. horror direction. No one's dancing. See you later, Arcadia. Editing question for you here, Monty. At what point do you decide you let go of a script? I think it's very easy to overanalyze the pages and go back to meticulously edit, even over-edit to extent. Great question, Taran. I have one rule, which is I write it, and then I do exactly what I'm doing right now, which is if I've got kind of any extra notes or anything I wanted to slot in, music's loud, cool, no problem, give me a sec. I'm just pausing the music, Bikesh is saying it's loud, and we're going to come away from the music in a sec anyway. So yeah, sorry, great question, Taran. So to answer it, I do the note-taking exercise, which you've seen me do. Then I do the research where I write stuff in and I start to think about sort of the through line of the piece. Then I write it all the way through first draft. Then I do what I'm doing right now, which is almost stage 2, which is where I have a list of kind of stuff I've chucked into a pile while I was writing, where I was like, I don't really know where that fits. You know, do I want to use it? This list here. Let me just put this on its own page. And then once I've done that, I do one full pass of it. Which we're going to start tonight, where I literally just kind of like read through it, not necessarily out loud. A, because it's going to kill my voice and I want to get recording this weekend, and B, because that's going to not sound great for you, so it'll be mumbly. But and then I tweak as I go. Once I've made it right to the end, I sit and I ask, is there anything else I really want to do? And if there is, I will do that stage, and then I leave it, and then I don't touch it. Then when I'm doing the audio, when I've got the microphone and I'm recording and using Audacity and all that stuff, I might tweak and edit as I go if I don't like how a line feels, or if I think I've repeated myself or anything like that. But that's like the final pass is actually recording it. So effectively, I do 2 full passes of the script, if that helps. Arguably, I should do more. But I'm terrible for getting in my own head, so I set this as a restriction for myself. Because otherwise, like, none of these videos would come out, and you would never see the light of day. The Soma video in particular, I was sitting on the first draft of that script for about a year. Like, I had that pretty much ready to go while I was making the Arkham critiques, and I decided I need to just get this off of my system. Yeah. I hope that answered your question. I kind of babbled that. Sorry, let's go back. So I'll put the music back on in a second. It's just I want to listen to a couple of bits of music, and I don't want to have to keep pausing stuff. So, here we go. Cool. Yeah, we've got that quote. Lovely. Remind me to copy that link and stick it in the references. Who did the music for the remake again? It was Jonathan Perros, right? I'll just bring this on screen for you. God love IMDb. Yes, Jonathan Perros. Lovely. Oh, actually, how do you spell Jonathan? Jonathan Perros. Perfect. Yeah. Not Greg LaPiccolo. And it's definitely the biggest departure. Some people hate the new soundtrack. Vision, not version. Yeah, I'll play it. Here's what medical sounds like. Just get the clip. Lovely. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that it's not medical, but I think the Reactor song actually has some little kind of homages to... Is it Low G? I've already listened to it already, like ages ago, so let me just check. Sure somebody says so in the comments. But there's a little homage to the original. Reactor. Let me find it. This one. It's all bassy. Yeah, I think it's this. This one. Sorry, Tyron, you're right. You're echoing back to me. So, right. So you force the stage yourself removal from physical editing quite early on. Also very interested to see how do you choose to contextualize parts you were toying around with. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I force it. Otherwise, honestly, like none of these videos would ever come out. Yeah, this is echoed in the remake soundtrack. I'm so certain. We're listening for that like dun 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 sort of sound. Pretty sure it comes in like the guitars. There it is. Dun, 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 dun. It's there in the guitars. Yeah, there's fun little homages. Are we going to be privy to witnessing the entire creation process? Yes, absolutely, Beezus. So everything excluding my first ever playthrough of System Shock, the remake, because I played that at the start of the year off stream. So my first playthrough isn't on the stream, but everything starting from the second playthrough, taking notes, labeling footage, all that's done already. All that's in the playlist. After this, yes, there's going to be a stream, which is it's not going to be fun for any of you, because it's just going to be lots of gross sounds, to be honest. But I will be streaming me recording all of the audio. That is going to be tedious and pretty dull and quite unpleasant, I think, for a lot of you. It's going to be a lot of me clearing my throat, trying to get rid of like dry mouth sounds, stuff like that. But I will be streaming all of that this weekend, if I feel happy with the script. Then Monday currently is the plan to start the edit, the actual visual edit. So yeah, picking the music, sticking all the clips in, editing it all of every step is going to be streamed for you. Yep. Just because I keep getting questions, so I figured I might as well have all of it here so people can see everything that I do. Yeah, good, Chris. So you are picking up on it, same as me. There is like a little homage in there, isn't there? So it's there, and then you get... It is there, and I'm going to comment on it. Perfect. I knew there were homages. So here's what medical sounds like, and I'll play a brief, like, 5-second clip. You can even pick up... Whoops. Cool, lovely. And then let's link it in here. So I say this already. For how intense this early setup is, thankfully, I have a friendly voice in our ear. A counter-terrorism consultant. Perfect. Lovely. It is the first time I've ever streamed the process pieces, yes, and it will also be the only time. Whilst I've said it before, but like whilst I've enjoyed doing this with you all, it's to celebrate 100k. I'm not going to be doing this for every single video, because to be honest, it does take a little bit of the fun out of it. I'm somebody that quite likes his own company, and I like just kind of sit and get some like I can't listen to my Spotify playlist or anything like that because of the copyright, and I'm acutely aware that you're all watching me. You know, I can't take as many breaks as I would like, all that sort of stuff, because I'm trying to keep these as engaging as possible for you. But yeah. Well, I figured exactly, thank you, MyBill, because when I started out, I was looking for this sort of stuff. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be taking all of these streams and condensing it into a, give or take, 30-minute, fully scripted, fully edited video called, you know, How I Make Video Essays, or something along those lines. Do you ever write fiction? I used to, Virgil. Yeah, I used to write a lot back when I was younger, but I fell out of it. It wasn't very good, I'll tell you that. Okay, cool, good. I wanted to chuck in that music bit. I'm not sure that totally sits there, but we'll find out. What else is there? Crash and security. We're not going to talk about that. We do talk about the Unity Alpha build. We talk about that there was a rocky development process. We talk about Natasha Vita more. I don't need to chuck that back in. Yes, don't worry. I just need to remind myself to give Olive Tree a shout out. Actually, put this into... There we go. And what else? Use the word uncompromising. Yep, that's for when we work our way through it. Oh no, I loved writing fiction, Virgil. I loved it. I just wasn't very good at it. And now I do this instead. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Sketch Monkey. You sent me a really good link, which is good to get my hands on. That'll be good for when we work our way through the whole thing chronologically. Let me just grab it. Sick. Yep, got it. It's for the pacemakers. Pacemaker. UK. Lovely. Sorry, back to miscellaneous. Let's see if there's anything else we can cut already. I don't need to talk about Chesterson's fence. I don't need to look at religion and transhumanism. I think I have this quote already. Interesting how the encyclopedias and employee handbooks are paper-based in this transhumanist feature. Is this anything? Maybe. We don't need to talk about FM 2030. We talk about the problem I think I'm going to run into is I've talked slightly too much about transhumanism and arguably not enough about the game. That's my gut instinct. So that's what we're going to keep an eye on as we go. Homo Deus. So yeah, I don't need to talk about Yuval Noah Harari, but I will list him in the references because I did use him as a lot of foundational research. So Homo Deus. Lovely. I don't need to talk about Microsoft's leak, although that was interesting. I don't think it's relevant. Talking about Nietzsche and Rand, I want to keep that just in case. I think it'd be a fun joke just that I can't escape her, no matter what. And then Warren Spector. I got a lot of Warren Spector quotes. I don't know if I need... yeah, let's get rid of it. I don't need it. Let me just check that, though. Do I not use that quote already? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. It's hard to imagine all the story elements. Yes, okay, so we already used that quote, so I can get rid of it. Lovely. This is good. I like this. It's the equivalent of, like, you know, when you play like a Silent Hill or something and you come across locked doors that clearly can't be opened by anything. It feels quite satisfying that way, like ticking them off your list, going, right, cool, I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to go in there. I like finding out that I've already said something that's sitting in the miscellaneous pile. I think the question I need to ask with each of these is there a section of the critique where it naturally slots in? Because if the answer is no, we just need to get rid of them. So, this is about Ayn Rand. Statism and collectivism are the roots of all evil. Nietzsche's complementary concepts of the end of morality. See, I don't technically even agree with Mark Derry there. I don't think that transhumanism is a marriage of Ayn Rand and Nietzsche. Nietzsche, yes, okay, fair enough, because you're talking about the Superman. But even then, like, Nietzsche's Superman was all about like finding inner enlightenment and inner strength and becoming the best version of you. You know, this is not, it's not really about your physical body. I see where he's coming from, but I don't think it's necessary. I'm going to cut it. Sorry, Mark. Bye-bye. Actually, look, these are things though that are useful for me to put because I have looked at this. So it's useful for me to put Mark in the references because he has been an inspiration. Transhumanism is a marriage of... Yeah, let's get rid of that. Okay. Interesting how the insights keep the... This is about general technology. There's nowhere really where I talk just about general technology. I focus on cyborgs, I focus on AI. They're the two biggies. And medical technology as well. I think it could be a throwaway. I'll keep that. Stephen Kick, it's old for lack of a better word. It's difficult to get into if you're not prepared to put yourself. We get it, yeah. I already kind of flagged a few times, and I think it's more powerful to reference that Warren Spector thinks the game is outdated than Stephen Kick thinks the game is outdated. So we're going to get rid of that. The Ubermensch concept is so misused and misunderstood. Yeah, totally, Hakai. Totally agree. Hey, Zelmire. Are you new, Zelmire, or have you been lurking? Same thing to you as everybody else. No worries if that's been the case. I realise I've not got any tunes. Let me put the tunes back on. This is for the groves, because there's so many steps in the groves that I'm thinking maybe it's worth me mentioning. So, groves section. And actually, I want to redo the grove section. I'll explain why in a sec. So back to miscellaneous. Where does this go? General notes. It's about achieving happiness. It's another transhumanist one. I don't need it. Worth noting that there's an audio log that's not as good. So, okay, this is good. I've got two things to go into the executive and Groves bit, and I want to re-look at that because I think I've put it in the wrong bit. No worries, Mithril. Thank you. Where is the executive section? Here it is, here it is, here it is. Right. So I talk about cyberspace and life expansion in the executive bit, and then I move on to talk about class in the immersive sim bit on engineering and security. I actually think that the immersive sim and class section is more suited to executive, and life expansion is more suited to engineering and security, because life expansion, uploading yourself to the cloud, this is engineering security is literally the moment when Shodan goes, right, well, my next plan is I'm going to upload myself to the relays. So surely that should be where I talk about that, and class should be in the executive section because I'm talking about executive so much. So we're going to have to do a bit of a juggle around. All I really need to do, because the baseline analysis remains the same, I just need to move them. So let's do it this way. This is now part 6. Which means we finish up on cyberspace, which actually I don't hate. So good. This goes here. And then this one is now part 5. That's correct, right? Yes. So I can get rid of biology as a moral now. Executive / Groves. Let's make sure I've got that correct and I haven't deleted anything by accident. Lovely. So, I just need to take the narrative beats and replace them. So I need to, let's go. So this can all stay. Beezus. Tell your wife congratulations to her as well. It might be good, I think, for me to open. Here we go. Swap between these if I need to. So I've got somewhere to dump bits. I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be, I think. Let's do it this way. Engineering, security. Life expansion, cyberspace. Cool. Boom. Perfect. Lovely. Sorry, I'm thinking, so I'm not chatting much at all. Just make sure I get this in the right order, not lose anything. See how I feel about that later. Nice one. Thanks both. Where's the sim? Boo, 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 boo. Perfect. Arnold, talk about Diego. Maybe Diego fits an executive better, we'll see. But I need to move her. Genesis big growth, ground zero for short on the fires, and blasted off into space, ready to be sucked up by a black hole and the groundwork for System Shock 2. Shot out of space, she starts to see more than just some bothersome fly by my tucking circuitry. One failed plan for estimating Earth. Complete exploitation of over-reliance on technology. Expanding her own. So let's get digital. Okay, I think that's it. I always use dark mode. Yeah, always dark mode. It's just easier on my eyes. Okay, I think I've done it. Not sure I want to add them in. Okay, perfect. What a great place to be. So, all we currently have now is I need to work through the entire document, cutting stuff I might not like, adding stuff that I think I need to add, keeping an eye on words, adding titles for each section as well. I do that as I go through as well. I do that normally before I read, because it means that I have a focus when I'm reading all the way through it. Which basically means that I can keep an eye on. I want to make sure everything kind of feels like they're in the right parts of the script. So I normally do, on the second pass through, I give everything a title, and then I read to see if it all ties back to that title. We're 10 to 5. Is there time to start that? I think there is. We will start that today. I don't know for how long. I'm waiting on the Nubis to come home. And when she does, I'm off to cook dinner. So we're going to do this for as long as we can. And then I will pick it up tomorrow and finish it tomorrow. So perfect. Give me 5. Grab myself another coffee and stuff. And I will see you all in a moment. Okay, I'm back. Oh, God damn it, and I've just unplugged myself. That's not helpful. There we go, we're back. Let me lower the music a bit. Quite a bit, actually, because I'm just going to be reading. So full disclosure, and because this is the edit thing, I'm not going to read it like with the same cadence that I would if I was recording the audio, for example. Because honestly, that's just an inefficient use of time. This is purely just to see how I feel things flow. So don't expect me to, I'm going to be mumbling a lot of this and going quite rapid fire. And some of it might be in my head. We'll see. I want to say punching, I want to say uncompromising more because I repeat myself a few times throughout and they're good words to use that I don't use, so. System Shock second level, the research station, charges the player with deactivating a mining laser that's aimed squarely at Earth. This comes with a myriad of challenges. Finding the damn thing is tough. It's buried behind keycards, locked doors, security turrets, and a maze-like design that you're likely to get lost in. It's tricky, but that's not the problem. Because if you charge blindly through research, don't find the relevant audio logs or emails, or think through your plan, there's every chance you'll think that slamming your hand on this big red button will be enough to deactivate the laser. Video game logic, right? Well, if you do, this is what happens. The terrifying artificial intelligence Shodan pops up on screen, gloats, and gives us our reward. We've just destroyed Earth. Our forces will soon be here to turn us into a cyborg. Game over. Hope you recently saved, insect. This is frustrating, confusing, abstruse, and back when I played the original, it was the moment I fell in love with the game. That original System Shock, the 1994 release, was developed by Looking Glass Studios, and what followed after it took the gaming world by storm. It was developed by Looking Glass Studios, and what followed after it took the gaming world by storm were years of beloved. See, it flows, but after it took the gaming world by storm. Years of beloved titles built off of and inspired by it. If you love Thief, Bioshock, Prey, or Deus Ex, you have System Shock to thank, so we've got to give some love to the OG. Christ, it even started the running gag of immersive sims using 451 as a door code, and its producer, Warren Spector, is the mastermind behind Deus Ex. The version of System Shock we're going to talk about today was developed by Night Dive Studios, not Looking Glass. It's a remake, an incredibly faithful one with an incredibly messy development history, and while it looks fantastic and is more accessible, it retains a lot of that complexity and obscurity that I mostly love in the original. And lack of compromise that I mostly love in the original. But more importantly, it doesn't lose sight of the original game's biggest thematic focus, transhumanism, the idea that we're limited by our organic selves and should use science and technology to become something greater. To quote the transhumanist Elise Bowman, we need to evolve past our ape-brained meat sacks. I think I say ape-brained meat sacks too much, do I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, arguably too many times. And some fanning. There we go, I cuts one. I will admit, I've got the whole RGB set up here, just to, Bezos Labs is saying, I'd like to imagine we're sitting in the room with the lo-fi girl as she's on her computer, except it's Monty. Like, it's for me, it's obviously not for you because I don't have a webcam, but yeah, I have that whole, imagine that setup, I've got that set up just because I quite like it. And I feel it's quite moody, it makes me feel quite cool. Just like the games it inspired, System Shock has something to say, and it's not just evil AI bad. It gives us a cyberpunk world of the future where an artificial intelligence can develop a god complex, where augmented humans are common, where corporations are powerful enough to buy countries, and through it all are digital strands asking us if this is the sort of world we want to live in. It feels inevitable that a version of System Shock's Earth will come, potentially in my lifetime, and when I returned to Citadel Station and did battle with Shodan, my reality flickered with this tweet by Alex Bleckman. Some of you will know it well. Sci-fi author. My book, I invented the Torment Nexus as a cautionary tale, Tech company at long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel Don't Create the Torment Nexus. System Shock's inspirations have gone on to inspire very real comparisons and inventions today. Elon Musk has cited the game in various tweets and tied its inspirations to his company's prototype brain chip Neuralink, though you'd be forgiven for missing all of that between his tweets about nuking Mars or saying he hates pronouns. I actually think I want to... Mars government. There might be a fun little gag in here. I just want to see if I get... Oh, here we go. It's from Lex Clips.
Slightly philosophical fun. Slightly philosophical fun question. Gotta ask. I know you're focused on getting to Mars, but once we're there on Mars, what form of government, economic system, political system do you think would work best for an early civilization of humans? The interesting reason to talk about this stuff, it also helps people, something about imagining an actual civilization on Mars that gives people, really gives people hope.
Well, it would be a new frontier and an opportunity to rethink the whole nature of government, just as was done in the creation of the United States. So, I would suggest having direct democracy, like people vote directly on things, as opposed to representative democracy. So, representative democracy, I think, is too subject to special interests and, a coercion of the politicians and that kind of thing. So I'd recommend that there's just direct democracy. People vote on laws. The population votes on laws themselves, and then the laws must be short enough that people can understand them.
Yeah, and then keeping a well-informed populace, really being transparent about all the information about what they're voting for.
Absolute transparency.
That's where the challenge comes from, isn't it?
And not make it as annoying as those cookies where you have to accept the
cookies. There's always a slight amount of trepidation when you click accept cookies. I feel as though there's perhaps a very tiny chance that it'll open a portal to hell or something like that.
That's exactly how I feel.
Why do they keep wanting me to accept it? What do they want with this cookie? Somebody got upset with accepting cookies or something somewhere.
Oh my God,
who cares?
Talk more about the government idea, Elon. Jesus Christ, mate.
Privacy or whatever, but now everyone just has to tick accept cookies.
Dude.
So wars did have some silver lining in that there would be a reset on rules and regulations after a war. So World Wars I and II, there were huge resets on rules and regulations. Now, if the society does not have a war and there's no cleansing function or garbage collection for rules and regulations, then rules and regulations will accumulate every year because they're immortal. There's no actual humans die, but the laws don't. So we need a garbage collection function for rules and regulations. They should not just be immortal, because some of the rules and regulations that are put in place will be counterproductive. Done with good intentions, but counterproductive. Sometimes not done with good intentions. So if rules and regulations just accumulate every year, and you get more and more of them, then eventually you won't be able to do anything. You're just like Gulliver with, tied down by thousands of little strings. And we see that in, U.S. and basically all economies that have been around for a while, and
there's an interesting conversation here, but he's not having it. I massively agree that yes, if we were to settle on Mars, there would need to be a Martian government. Of course there would be. It's treat it like a different country, It's why so many sci-fi stories have Earth councils and all that sort of shit. But he's babbling about absolutely nothing here.
Regulators and legislators create new rules and regulations every year, but they don't put effort into removing them. And I think that's very important that we put effort into removing rules and regulations. But it gets tough because you get special interests that then are dependent on, like they have a vested interest in that whatever rule and regulation, and that they fight to not get it removed.
Elon, buddy, pal, is perhaps your statement here about rules and regulations and how sometimes they're good for special parties. Does that potentially have anything to do with your push for AI regulations because you feel like you're, behind the curve of some of your Silicon Valley pals, and you think that your AI is shit and you need to get a better AI? Is that what you're meaning here, Elon? Honestly.
Yeah, so I guess the problem with the Constitution is it's kind of like C versus Java because it doesn't have any garbage collection built in. I think there should be. When you first said the metaphor of garbage collection, I loved it.
From a coding standpoint.
From a coding standpoint, yeah. It would be interesting if the laws themselves kind of had a built-in thing where they kind of die after a while unless somebody explicitly publicly defends them.
Yeah.
So that's sort of, it's not like somebody has to kill them, they kind of die themselves. They disappear.
Yeah.
Not to defend Java or anything, but the C++, you could also have great garbage collection in Python and so on.
This is not the conversation
something needs to happen, or just the civilization's arteries just harden over time. And you can just get less and less done because there's just a rule against everything. So I think, like, I don't know, for Mars or whatever, I'd say, or even for, obviously for Earth as well, like, I think there should be an active process for removing rules and regulations and questioning their existence. Just, like, if we've got a function for creating rules and regulations, because rules and regulations you can also think of as like, they're like software or lines of code for operating civilization. That's the rules and regulations. So it's not like we shouldn't have rules and regulations, but you have code accumulation, but no code removal. And so it just gets to become basically archaic bloatware after a while. And it's just, it makes it hard for things to progress.
I do agree with him on that, by the way. I do. I don't like him, and I don't agree with 99% of what he says, but I do agree with that.
So, I don't know, maybe Mars, you'd have like any given law must have a sunset, and require active voting to keep it up there, And I actually also say, like, and these are just, I don't know, recommendations or thoughts, and ultimately it will be up to the people on Mars to decide. But I think it should be easier to remove a law than to add one because of just to overcome the inertia of laws. So maybe it's like...
I don't agree with that, but fine, whatever. It's not relevant to this. Okay, blah, 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 Elon Musk. Whilst our main character, the hacker, will never comment or argue with Showdown, we look from behind their augmented eyes to learn about and understand a transhumanist future. What could be possible? What will it do to our socioeconomics? What are the dangers? How much control will we really have once that technology starts to think for itself? I mean, this is the sort of stuff I'm going to be editing. It's unlikely I'm going to come across like 3-4 pages where I go, wham, gone. What comes after the hack? And I'm going to capitalize it because that's the title. Roll the credits. Unlike with, say, Bioshock, I don't believe System Shock lampoons its philosophy. Instead, I think it's warily curious about where we might end up. It celebrates scientific innovation through its gameplay, but warns us of the dangers of blindly charging into it without reading the relevant information or thinking through our plan. If we're not careful, we might just destroy the Earth. So, that's what we're going to do here. Just like when I covered the Bioshock games, or Soma, or the Forgotten City, I'm going to be breaking down its individual components, the dated and the inspirational, while also looking at what it's trying to say. Grab your Neuralink hacker, and lock into cyberspace. This is a commentary, critique, and philosophical analysis of System Shock. That opening's fine. I'm not going to change that. Okay, this is when it starts to get tricky. So, this is all about the corporal future. It's all about the history lesson. Vulnerable world hypothesis, yep. It all kind of comes back to that. Oh, actually, I know what I'm going to do. Just before I actually edit. I'm going to take that music section and I'm going to put it into that opening because I actually talk about how I think the remake is the ideal way to do it. Here. Boom. Here. See you later, Mithril. Oh, sorry, Beezus. Beezus, you're boosting. Sorry. Hi, Mithril. See you later, Beezus. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, I think I've got that. System Shock's opening is short and sweet, yet we can already pull out gigabytes of stuff from how it sets up its transhumanist future. What sort of world does the game exist in? Actually, just delete that. 46 years before Showdown went rogue, the futurist Herman Faustus started to develop a predictive model tracing various waves of innovation spanning humanity's history and future. The Great Depression's here, so is coronavirus, the MK virus. Predicting that mankind was on an inevitable path to self-destruction, Faustus wrote, "The wheels of bureaucracy move too slow for the advancement and innovation required to save our species. I once felt the ever-encroaching corporate dominance model was a blight on this country. Now I see it as our only hope. Of all the megacorporations operating in America, Tribesman is the only one with the foundational resources required for my plan. I pray they will listen." Just delete that bit. There we go. Faustus isn't a real philosopher. He exists just for System Shock. Oh, sorry, I see there's a question here. Virgil, you're asking, how do I choose which books to read for my critiques? It varies, to be honest. For example, it honestly varies from critique to critique. Let's take my next one after System Shock, right? So I'm going to be looking at Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. I've read a bunch of Suicide Squad stuff, in the past, but because I know that critique is coming up, before Christmas, I bought a bunch of Suicide Squad books. I had a wee kind of like nosy online to see if there were any that, in any of the interviews, did any of the devs say that they were inspired by any particular kind of Suicide Squad runs, anything like that. I looked at the story trailers to see if there's anything kind of relating to it, and I picked up a bunch of comic books that will give me a bit of an insight into the characters. For example, the new 52 run of Suicide Squad has effectively that makeup of team. Harley, King Shark, Deadshot, and Captain Boomerang. Even though Deadshot is it's Floyd Lawton Deadshot, not oh my god, I feel terrible. Now I can't remember his bloody name. But so I got that one because that's how the comic books, that's how the source material shows off that team. So I got those books. For this, honestly, I mean, again, like I said, these kind of bigger ones, I'm doing a bunch of research off screen prior to the point where I sit down and do what you've witnessed me do. So I realized that, System Shock, I'm going to talk about System Shock. System Shock's about transhumanism. So I'm going to go away and I am going to find some transhumanism books. I started with Homo Deus. And the only reason I got Homo Deus was because I was dicking about in Waterstones and I saw it and it looked good. And I picked it up thinking, yep, this is a great starting point. I'll read this. And then the beauty of those sorts of books is, as you're reading through, they start referencing other philosophers and other thinkers. So you start going, I wonder, and they'll say, and he wrote this book. For example, the David Livingstone book. He references the David Livingstone book. So I went, great, all right, I'm going to go read the David Livingstone book then. And then I'll get that. And it just kind of makes a bit of a domino effect to the point where you have a list of names like I had at the beginning of the research section, which went, okay, cool, now I need to go and find interviews with these people or TED Talks that they've done or stuff like that. Yeah, like not every critique gets me to read books. Jedi Survivor is a good example. I didn't read many books, around Jedi Survivor, except for oh shit, it's downstairs. The tie-in book, the prequel book. I didn't really read anything else around that because I read Star Wars comics kind of a few times a year anyway. So it just really depends. Faustus isn't a real philosopher, he exists just for System Shock, but there's a real-life parallel in Nick Bostrom, a transhumanist and founder of the organization Humanity Plus. He spent the majority of his life trying to predict the future through a probability matrix, and you might recognize his name because he came up with the vulnerable world hypothesis. We're jumping into the deep end early, but it's useful for us to explain what this is because it lays the foundation for how a future like System Shock's has come about. Nick Bostrom asks us to imagine an urn, and inside the urn are a bunch of balls. You at the back, stop laughing, I can see you. As time passes and humanity invents new technologies, we pull out lots of white balls. For example, the wheel would be a white ball, or a phone. But Nick says it's inevitable that in the urn is an ominous black ball, an invention that will eventually pull out that will lead to the extinction of the human race. You might be thinking of nuclear weapons, but Nick doesn't categorize a nuke as the black ball because it probably wouldn't kill the entire human race, just 99.99% of us, through mutually assured destruction. The black ball would lead to an extinction event, and Nick believes that we need to start preparing for this inevitability with technology. We need to prepare humanity to leave behind our squishy meat sacks and ascend to something that would be able to adapt to this event. Which seems like a paradox, but let's not think about that. Nick's real and boring and non-fictional. Back to Faustus. I've got cool art of him. Old Herman believes that humanity was on a path to extinction and the only means we had to save ourselves was corporate dominance and technological acceleration. Strangely, and despite being so important to the world building, he isn't even in System Shock. Do I say that? No, I just say he's not real. Cool. We learn about him in the TriOptima employee handbook that everybody gets with a copy of the game. There's waves of information in here, but from TriOptima's corporate history, business plans outlining scientific breakthroughs that would help us conquer the stars, but just in case you want to skip the reading and get to the bit where you push buttons, the game's opening sets the cyberpunk scene of corruption, rebellion, corporate fascism, and general assholery. We are the hacker, middle name unknown. It's 2072 and we're breaking into TriOptimum servers to grab a military-grade neural interface. Earth is a dusky buzz of neon, flying cars and drones, and just in case you're unable to figure out which games were inspired by System Shock, Night Dive even copies Prey's brilliant opening with diegetic logos flickering over industrial piping and metal skyscrapers. It's beautiful, it's electric, it's toxic, but there's something that feels missing in the remix version. See, in the world of System Shock, TriOptimum has effectively taken over the United States. They haven't effectively, they have. Has taken over the United States. It's everywhere. Pillows, mugs, radio, even the menus branded with their logo, which is awesome, and it can do this. Even the menus branded with their logo, which is awesome, and it can do this because of something called... Just need to make sure that cadence is correct. And it can do this because of something called the Hayes-Bishop Bill that lets a corporation whose employees make over 2/3 of a region's population form a sovereign government. The White House is still here, but it's lost all its power. Now, why the hell would the American government pass this bill, you might be wondering? Bribes and blackmail can go a long way, but the door was actually cracked open in 2010 when the Supreme Court ripped up a bunch of campaign finance laws that stopped corporations from freely spending on political ad campaigns. And if that sounds like some solid cyberpunk world building, it is, but here's the kicker. That 2010 Supreme Court ruling, it actually happened. Citizens United versus FEC. I told you System Shock shows us a very possible future to be wary of, and this stuff will become way more obvious as we go. But anyway, back to the actual game. Shodan, TriOptimum's sentient, hyper-optimized data access network, is playing Big Sister and watching everybody do everything at all times through a million cameras. If you imagine Bill Gates installed a Microsoft camera on every street corner, you'd be halfway to seeing how dominant she is. In the remake, we get to experience this as a drone, swooping through the city, looking for something until it finally arrives at the hacker's window. But in the original, the player is put behind the lens of one of Shodan's cameras, and we hear her narrate each action the hacker takes, documenting it with timestamps. I think there's something colder and more oppressive about getting to hear her note it all down. There's a sense of inescapability just because we're forced to watch as Shodan alerts the authorities to what the hacker is doing. But hey, at least in the remake we get a shredded characterization for our protagonist. Our opponent paints us as slovenly... See, in the original we do get a shred of characterization for the protagonist, so I don't actually think that's fair. That makes it sound like we don't get that in the original. I'll just say our opening gives us. In this opening, just a shred of characterization for our protagonist. Classic. Our apartment paints us. Projects. Classic stuff so we can project onto them. Our apartment paints us slovenly with dirty dishes, scattered paraphernalia, and we even get a copy of the original System Shock in here. But most importantly of all, the hacker hates the corporate police. In System Shock's America, the answer to try optimum. Policing doesn't belong to democratically elected governments and principally answers to the people on a platform of being neutral. Or, policing doesn't belong to democratically elected governments or principally answers to the people on a platform of being neutral. I said principally. When I started thinking about making this video on System Shock, I didn't think I'd need to make the case that corporate police bad, but then some fanny commented on my Bioshock critique that Andrew Ryan privatising Oxygen and Rapture was actually a good thing and anybody who disagreed was a dirty commie. So, I'm afraid I've got to. Just in case there's someone arching an eyebrow and thinking corporate police good actually, Nick Bostrom's probability matrix reckons there is... Just in case there's someone arching an eyebrow and thinking corporate police good actually, Nick Bostrom's probability matrix reckons there is. So you can all thank Fuckwit69 for this unnecessary detour. Is it too early to toss in a fuck? No, it's not. It's page 4. First, let me introduce you to the company Laps. Oh, am I getting way off track? Laps, or Los Angeles Professional Security, is a private company. They carry firearms. They're equipped with a K9 unit. They describe themselves as a provider of subscription law enforcement. They argue with retired police officers in their comments section. They're the bud of a private police force like we get in System Shock. In 2021, the crime tracking app Citizen partnered with Laps on a trial period to respond to suspected crimes that people flagged from their phone. It led to the harassment of a homeless man and bouts of racial profiling. One of Citizen's earliest backers was the transhumanist billionaire Peter Thiel, a guy who loves the sort of corporate monopoly Tri-Optimum represents. A guy who loves the sort of corporate monopoly Tri-Optimum represents, thinks competition is, quote, for losers, and regularly has dinner with white supremacists. Oh, and did I mention he's gone on the record as saying, quote, I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible, because he said that, and this guy effectively tried to set up his own corpo cops. Yeah, sorry, Chris, I don't know if you missed it. I say the word dirty commie here. Yeah, I didn't think I'd need to make the case of corporate police bad, but then some fanny commented on my Bioshock critique that Andrew Ryan privatising Oxygen and Rapture was actually a good thing, and anybody who disagreed was a dirty commie, so I'm afraid I've got to. Oh, sorry, Chris, you're responding to Mithril. Sorry, I missed you. That seems silly, by the way. I'm going to keep... Here's another bit of cynicism for you. The main reason why those Bioshock videos have done so well is because far-right losers have been like screaming at each other in the comment sections of it, because I toss out like a couple of little things like that, like because I spend 15 minutes talking about how, not even 15 minutes, 5 minutes of that video is given over to me saying that Andrew Ryan trying to privatize Oxygen is bullshit, and there are people in there who are like, actually it's underneath the ocean, so therefore, like, what, you expect to give it out for free? Yes, I do. If you create an underwater society and then you lock people down there and refuse to let them leave, yes, I expect you to give them basic resources to survive, yes. We're not even talking shelter or food in this situation, it's air. Like, what are you talking about, bro? So that's the reason why those videos do so well. So tossing out a little thing like this, it just gets the algorithm going with arseholes. You farm the arseholes for the engagement. Does that sound cynical? Yes. Is it cynical? Yes. But it got me the views, and a bunch of people tell me they found me through the Bioshock videos, so I have no qualms with kind of chucking another couple of those in here. Dude, how do people draw these conclusions? Axeboy says. Yeah, I know. Well, look, it's all part of the fun, okay? Absolute idiots exist in the world. use them for the algorithm. That's tips with Monty. Anyway, I'm just not sure if maybe I'm getting like way off track with this. I'm not sure. Then I play a clip of him on Trump, and I say, we'll come back to you, Peter. You're on the list. Actually, do we come back to Peter? I don't think we do. I don't actually. I chuck a couple of pot shots his way, but I don't come back to him, so I can cut this entirely. It turns out corporate police not good, actually. Oh yeah, look, it opens with corporal cops kicking down the door, so I think it's okay for me to say that. You're almost more political in this one than you were in the Watch Dogs Legion critique, which I heavily support. Yeah, I need to keep an eye on it because I just want... I don't mind that. Like, I'm 6.5 dozen, it's my video, I can do what I want. But I just want to make sure that it doesn't veer off for too long whenever I do. Like, discussing transhumanist concepts and drawing real-world parallels is fine. I'm just wary a little bit, I think, that this is 250 words given over to effectively ranting about a thing that Peter Thiel did. I'm kind of sick now because I really like it. I would find this interesting if I was watching it and someone told me this, because I didn't know about this. I didn't know about the Citizen app. So I would come away from, like, if someone else made this video, I would come away going, God, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Really glad I watched this. You know, within the first 5 pages, give or take. This is the equivalent of maybe the first not even 8 minutes. The first 10 minutes tops of the critique, of say a 2-hour critique, I've learned something I didn't know. Which I always think is quite nice. The same as why I wanted the Charlie Brooker thing in there, because I think it's interesting that, you know, I don't know. I might actually toss this to you guys. What do you think? Do you think this veers off too much? Like, do I need to take a pot shot of Peter Thiel, do you think, in the opening of this? Because this it's long. 2, 3, 4, 5, and a bit pages. This is a long ass section. Okay. I see you both telling me to, if you like it, then leave it, Jade says. Okay. You don't need it, but it's fun. It is fun, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep it in. I might cut it when I'm recording. I might be like, nah, I've changed my mind entirely. But I think, let's keep it. In the world of System Shock, Trioptimum's cops have one prime directive, to protect the corporation's interests. At least Triop doesn't pretend otherwise, it's in their handbook. But we're given a world where corporate espionage is the #1 focus of law enforcement, not individual rights or the protection of the vulnerable. Something ACAB, something fight the Mambo, and the hackers dragged away and held at gunpoint, a gung-ho rebellious attitude melts away. That just sounds a little bit petulant, I think. Oh, I've already said he hates him. Corporal law. There we go. I like that a lot more. Cool. A gung-ho rebellious attitude melts away. Diego. Meet Edward Diego, Trioptimum Executive Vice President of Research and Development, our baddie, and one of the key directors of board. Sorry, just to go back to this. I'm thinking of the fact that, like, yes, this is in here. And yes, it momentarily veers maybe arguably just a bit too far from the original thesis, but I do state openly, this is a commentary, critique, and philosophical analysis of System Shock. And if this was a, like, which it isn't, but if this was an academic paper, this is exactly what I would be doing. Not perhaps with this sort of language, but I would be effectively, like, pulling in real-world examples to the primary philosophy to make a point. So yeah, and again, my thesis throughout this, such an arsey word thesis, but my thesis throughout this is to effectively say, look, System Shock is coming, look busy, basically. System Shock is coming. Is that a big deal? Kind of. You know, but the central philosophy is kind of cool, is kind of like the throughout. So I'm going to keep it. You're going to catch flack for this video simply because the word trans is in the theme. People are stupid. What do you want? Yeah, totally fair. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I don't mention, like, transgender people once in this video. And that's kind of on purpose because I want, again, you know they're going to come flocking. So I want the idiots to expose themselves. Like, there will be a couple in there that will be like, System Shock woke or whatever. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, yeah, and it's I've purposefully done that. Because I think you could easily make a whole part just about, like, transgender people. But first of all, I'm not a transgender person, so I don't really want to be talking about shit that, you know, I don't have first-hand experience. I don't have first-hand experience with corporate police. But, you know, with situations like this, I think it's more important to lift trans voices rather than have cis straight white guy sitting here just going like, and actually, on the trans situation, I have trans friends, so I think that you should leave them alone. Like, I don't think it adds anything. So and it's not really relevant for what we're talking about here. There's not a trans character in System Shock. If there was, then maybe I would raise it. But there's nothing in here, I think, that kind of pulls it in, if that makes sense. Whereas, like, the corporate police aside, like, literally our first, 60 seconds, they appear and they are the reason why everything happens. They arrest us. So yeah, no, I'm kind of justifying things to myself here, talking out loud, but cool. I'm normally a lot more vicious with my cuts. I'm not sure if maybe that's just because you're all watching, so I'm being more protective of what's in here. I don't know. Okay, I mean, for Soma, right, here's a good example. To give you a sense with Soma, I think during this pass, I think I cut maybe about 5 pages from it. All in. Like, I cut a shit ton amount from the Soma video. And the majority of it was me going like, that's like this real life thing. And then we'd, like, chuck it in. But yeah. Nice morning side accent, Monty. Thanks, Mithril. Right, okay, so. It's proper, I know, Virgil, it's proper kill your darlings. It's the hard, this is going to be the hardest bit for me. Like, the most difficult in the sense of, like, this is a pain in the ass is have to record the audio. That's my least favorite part. But this is the hardest bit because it's like once you've cut it, you know, you kind of feel like, actually, one of the things I'm going to do is, let me just save this. Let me just save this copy. I would like to have this copy. So this System Shock critique is 12/01, 2024. Great. I don't normally do this. I don't normally save numerous copies of the doc I'm working from. I'm normally a lot more like, no, if it's cut, it's cut, it's gone forever. The only reason I'm doing this is because I want to, it's mainly so I have these examples for when I'm capturing footage for the bloody, what's it called? For the How I Make Video Essays video. That's the only reason I'm really doing this. Yeah, cool, sorry. So let me save another copy. It's called System Shock Critique. Final draft. And this is the one we're going to be editing from, so I still have it. Yeah, it's just so I don't lose this for when I get to, get to the point where I'm actually trying to make the other video, the How I Make Video Essays video, because I want what I've written to show the differences throughout, you know. Do your critiques talk to you in Barry Wheeler's voice? Sort of kill your darlings. Ah, very good, very good. Sorry, yes, let's keep going. So, perhaps if I can get part 1 complete before the Nubis gets home, I'll be very happy. So, blah, 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 blah. Meet Edward Diego, Trioptimum Executive, Vice President of Research and Development, our baddie, and one of the key directors aboard Citadel Station, positioned in Saturn's orbit. This station is Trioptimum's jewel. Far away from the prying eyes of any competitors, it's working on genetic, pharmacological, and robotics research, a melting pot of things that can go very, very wrong. And as a side note, we learned that Triop purchased the rights to Saturn's orbit so they could build Citadel there, but who exactly they purchased this from? Cutting that bit. Not necessary. Thanks. Britt says, this has been the opposite of sausage. Seeing the process has been really cool. Thank you, Britt. And thank you for the kind words about Soma Austin. I appreciate it. Diego offers us a deal. Either he can shoot us in the head, because this is a pulpy future where there's no oversight of corporations. Oh, I'm getting an email. Oh, it's nothing. Because we got married, I still get spam about wedding days and stuff. I need to unsubscribe from all that shit. Or we can do him a favor, and how this favor is framed is both very effective for upping player engagement, but also feels like it's missing something as someone with fond memories of the original game. First, the good stuff. Diego asks the hacker to remove Shodan's ethical restraints. Why exactly he wants this is a mystery for now, but as we'll soon see, it's the wrong thing to do. So, what this means is everything that happens in System Shock is our fault. Yeah, perfect. Keep that, yeah. This isn't like Bioshock, where we stumble across Rapture with that. I need to get new footage of Bioshock. I'll do that probably tomorrow. I have not seen that Tom Baker episode, Mithril, no. I've seen some of Old Who, but not all of it, and I haven't seen Genesis of the Daleks. This isn't like Bioshock, where we stumble across Rapture without participating in the fall. We are the catalyst for every corpse and monstrosity that will soon roam the halls of Citadel Station. From the offset, System Shock lays out its central design philosophy, its digital thesis. You are at the heart of everything in the game. This isn't a roller coaster ride where you'll breeze through the door. Yeah, it's fine. With the story, you will engage. You will use your wit, ingenuity, and cyberpunk toys to overcome obstacles. You have to, because this is all your fault. Warren Spector, the original game's producer, has talked about this mission statement over and over as we've trundled on from 1994. It's a thing that will either scare new players away or bring new players in. The story, the mechanics, quite literally everything on Citadel Station makes you work to understand it. In a 2016 interview with Night Dive Studios, who were working on this remake at the time, he said, quote, "It's hard to imagine System Shock without story elements coming to you out of order and forcing players to involve themselves in the story by piecing it all together." He says story in that, so I'm going to change this to tale. Oh, narrative. Narrative. While the remake's first few minutes are modern and cinematic and give us an Edward Diego that looks like Handsome Jack instead of your dad's friend who pretends he likes baseball, it still keeps an involved player at its heart. But a teeny tiny little thing is missing that I wish had remained. See, in the original, Shodan narrates the entire opening, mainly for simplicity's sake. This was 1994 after all, but her narration swaps from third person to first person after we remove her ethical restraints, and she starts to think freely. It's chilling and sets her up as a solid villain before we ever hear our first mutant or cyborg. The remake does away with this. Diego's men sedate us, and we don't get to witness her moment of epiphany until the final moments of the story. I'm mentioning the detached camera view and Shodan's perspective shift because I want to make it very clear that for the handful of little details in the remake doesn't carry over from... Very clear that for the handful of little details the remake doesn't carry over. I mentioned the detached camera view and Shodan's perspective shift because I want to make it very clear that for the handful of little details the remake doesn't carry over from the 1994 version, like the ability to play Pong in our HUD. I think System Shock 2023 is the optimum way to play this game. If someone waddled up to me tomorrow and asked me if they should try it, I would tell them to start with the remake. Boo, shove your booze up your arse. It is very rare I feel this way about a remake. Resident Evil 4's remake is fun, but God, I'm saying remake a lot. It's very rare I feel this way. Resident Evil 4's remake is fun, but I pick the original every time. Silent Hill 2's remake might be good, at this point who knows, but even if it's a masterpiece, I will always nudge people to play the original. Dead Space, Shadow of the Colossus, Final Fantasy VII, I'll always recommend somebody starts with the one that began it all. Actually, Final Fantasy VII might not be the best example there. As we move through the game, I'll flag some clear examples of why I think... Some clear ways... Clear areas... Oh. In many ways, the original System Shock has not aged well, but the tenets of its design have. And that's okay. Sometimes old, seminal classics that are important in gaming history don't age well. But there's something to be said about Warren goddamn Spectre being on the same wavelength as me. Let me pull you back to that 2016 interview you did with Night Dive. Shouldn't say as he said, but playing the game today, my thoughts were, oh my god, this game is hard. Oh my god, this game is big. Oh my god, what were we thinking with this UI? It was eye-opening. I'm really glad to see a remake coming out. Let's get rid of, oh my god, this game is big. ... Oh my god, this game is hard. Oh my god, what were we thinking with this UI? Perfect. But the beauty of what Night Dive have done with System Shock lies in the fact that it always harkens back to the core design philosophy of the original while making it, you know, playable. This is something they've become experts in, seeing as game preservation and remastering is what the entire company was built on. You have Night Dive to thank, and I think that's worth me noting. Like, they didn't just come in and like you know, paint over the game's legacy. They've re-released the original so that we could all have that. And, you know, if you want to play the original, it's there, and that's because of Night Dive. They've released the enhanced version. If you want to get your hands on the original nowadays, you have Night Dive to thank. And considering the fact System Shock is hyper-focused on the future, it's both meta and lovely that this remake was made by a company devoted to the past. Just take the art style. There's a blending of realistic, detailed... Just take the art style. There's a blending of realistic, detailed animations, especially when the hacker picks something up or types away on a touch keyboard. But in an effort to retain this digitized look, Night Dive made a point of reintroducing a pixelated style to the visuals. This footage is from back when they were working with the Unity engine, and their proof of concept is glossy, realistic, with a look and feel more at home in Alien Isolation than System Shock. Keeping the pixel style isn't just a cracking hark back to the look and feel of the 1994 game, but it creates a disjointed, simulated reality, a cracked way that the hacker... Cracking and cracked. Isn't... Oh, I've already said lovely. Wonderful. Isn't just a wonderful hark back to the look and feel of the 1994 game, but it creates a disjointed simulated reality, a cracked way that the hacker sees the world. Because the atmosphere and build-up is so impressive, it's easy to assume that this, the angular writing, the blocky textures, isn't how System Shock's world truly is, but because the hacker is so digitized, it's simply how they see it. The music is a departure too, arguably also for the better. I'm not going to rail against the original game's soundtrack. It's brilliant, I love it, and Greg LePiccolo's a music legend for a reason. But 30 years on, it's all too clear he was working with the technical limitations at the time. 1994's version of the game had to use a MIDI format for its music. MIDI stands for Musical Instrument Digital Interface. It was the standard in the 90s, even outside of video games. For Looking Glass, it achieved two things. The first was it made the music only take up a little bit of space. We're talking kilobytes rather than megabytes. And the second is it allowed Looking Glass to make the music dynamic, jumping between the explory bits and the combat bits. Picture this. You wake from a 6-month coma in a bizarre sci-fi medical bay. Everybody is gone. The robot... Cyberpunk. Bizarre cyberpunk medical bay. Everybody is gone. The robots are on a rampage, and what's left of the human population seem to have been transformed into melted, dead-eyed mutants or fractured jigsawed cyborgs. Ominous cameras watch from sinister red lenses, and your careful wandering is accompanied with this. Boop, beep, 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 beep. A bop to be sure, cyberfunk out the wazoo, the sort of music that's perfect for losing yourself in a rave with a berserk patch on your arm, but it counteracts the tense horror tone Warren Spector says System Shock was going for. Instead, the pace is quick, it pumps you up ready for a fight. The pace is quick, it pumps you up ready for a fight. Stephen Kick, the director of System Shock's remake, clearly felt the same way that I do. Same way that I do. In an interview with The Guardian, he said the original's music was too dancey for the tone they were going for. Tone twice. Vibe. Tone they were going for. The whole team tried to find a balance between the original game's stark, eye-catching colours, but took the music in a more horror direction. Everybody's dead, he said. No one's dancing. Jonathan Peros did the music for the remake, not Greg LaPiccolo, and it's definitely the biggest departure. Some people hate the new soundtrack, thinking it loses memorability for the sake of ambience. But I think he uses the tools available in 2024 to hit something more in keeping with the game's original vision. Here's what medical sounds like. You can even pick up little musical nods to LaPiccolo's work. If we jump ahead to the reactor, here's the original theme. And here's the remix version. Pay attention to the guitars in the background. Try tokens. Don't know if I like that. With its intense early setup out of the way and corporal dominance firmly ingrained, it only stands to reason that we turn our optic lens to the game's economy. Welcome to Citadel. Bikesh, I can say that I haven't played Immortal Unchained. I'm guessing it's not good. You've called it a monstrosity. Ear. A counterterrorism consultant called Rebecca Lansing calls us up and tries to guide us through the carnage. Our goal is to get to the elevator and on to the next level. It's a fun fact that the tattoo is 24601, but I don't think it's needed. And again, thinking cynically, somebody else might comment to that and be like, oh, surprised you didn't mention the 24601 tattoo. And it's like, oh yeah, thank you for saying that. Thank you for putting that in the comments and boosting the algorithm, you know? 10 points if any of you mention the 24601 tattoo on the actual video. 80% of this opening tutorializes the various enhancements we can pick up. We literally build our HUD. Right, what are we going to call this? This is about the game economy, it's about life extension, about living forever. No, maybe not. Oh, perfect. Duh. % of this opening tutorializes the various enhancements we can pick up. We literally build our HUD. There's already echoes of the games that will eventually be inspired by System Shock here too. Bioshock's first level, blah 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 blah. Yeah, Bioshock's first official level is a medical center, and whether it's after the shrug or after the hack, we can learn a lot about a philosophy from how it views medicine. So, let's start with the question. What do you think the life expectancy is in System Shock? If we're just looking at old age, the answer is probably pretty high. While we're never explicitly told anybody's age, none of the people we hear from come across as that old. Edward Diego seems to be the oldest person on the station, and physically he's pushing 40 at most. Now, you could look at that and conclude maybe Trioptimum doesn't employ any older people, but I think it's far more likely that System Shock's world has simply achieved immortality. Across Citadel, we'll find regeneration bays that let us get our health bar back to 100%. Our shiny shell gets shinier every time we pop into one, and they're not just restricted to the medical level. Monty, is your language setting and word set to American English? I don't know, actually. How would I find out? I've never really given any thought to it. Where would I... Oh, actually, if I just do this. I don't know, Virgil. I'm not gonna tinker with it. I'm not gonna tinker with it for now. In fact, some of the more dangerous levels like engineering, where there was a higher risk for workers... In fact, on some of the more dangerous levels like engineering, where there was a higher risk for workers, they sit quietly off to the side as a respite from battling Shodan's forces. Cyborg surgeons working for Shodan will often... Don't need to say they're working for Shodan, we know that. Will often patrol these rooms, but they're so brain-dead, focused on the simple task of transforming our 8-brained meat sacks into cyborgs, that they'll never try to hurt us. I almost feel bad for whacking them over the head. At first, I found it odd that they're free at the point of use, despite the fact the game has its own economy that you need to juggle to get stronger. But it's implied that the hacker can use these bays... Whoops. Because Trioptimum Systems think we're an employee of the corporation. System Shock offers a Trioptimum who legitimately want its workers to stay healthy. It's not just that you can be revitalized, you can literally be brought back to life. Is this out of the goodness of their heart? Well, let's check in with our good friend Herman Faustus and see what he pitched to the company back in the day. Do I describe him as a good friend more than once? I think I do. No, I don't. Good. The idea that evolution is solely based on individuals competing against one another in self-interest is absurd. It was large groups working communally to compete against other communities that allowed humanity to survive and prosper. The corporate model is a perfect representation of what made evolution work, with one exception. I can actually shorten that quote, I think. The corporate model is a perfect representation of what made evolution work, with one exception. The end result is monetary gain. If I can shift the corporate ethos from financial gain to human survival, we may have a shot. So, Faustus believed that health, well-being, and cooperation simply led to prosperity, and that in itself was a virtue. He was acutely aware that corporations would want to monetize it, but thought that it was the only way for us to achieve technological progress. Tell that to the 2 government initiatives that led to America and Russia both getting a man on the moon. If we jump into Trioptim's handbook... Yeah, cool. Let's keep that. If we jump into Trioptim's handbook and delve into the terms and conditions, there's a little bit of legal speak that reveals the real reason the regen bays are free for employees. Quote, any organic material found is the property of the employee, excluding any non-materials, biological or mechanical, that are under trademark and owned by Trioptimum. Just shorten that to make it easier. These terms and conditions go on to flag that Trioptimum are talking about genetic or cybernetic enhancements, something that's very common in System Shock's universe. The regen bays are free for employees because the company has a financial and legal stake in owning a piece of you. They don't want their assets to get broken. It's all about cost saving, not liberty and health. Was it you, Mithril, that mentioned Doctor Who? Tom Baker's Doctor Who? Yes, it was. I think I might have mentioned this to you before, but you'll recognize that as being... it's very similar to what happens at the end of a Capaldi episode. Also, any babies born in 50 meters of Trioptimum facility are owned by the company, but let's not talk about that bit. In gameplay, the regeneration bays also operate the same... In gameplay, the regeneration bays also operate the same way Bioshock's Vita chambers did, except instead of Andrew Ryan's genetic code, they're tied to the serial number every employee wears as a tattoo. There are respawn points that mean you don't lose... There are respawn points. You don't lose any progress. All the enemies you've killed, all the puzzles you've solved, none of it resets. When I talked about Bioshock, I flagged that I thought this system didn't really work because there was hardly ever a consequence for dying. There were loads of Vita chambers in the game, so you could just keep bashing your head against a tough enemy like a Big Daddy and zap back every time you failed. No healing items needed. But System Shock gets a pass. The regen bays need to be activated by the player. Again, we're really drilling into the fact that the game hands you nothing. If you don't, they're instead... They're instead used for turning us into cyborgs by Shodan's forces. She's completely re-engineered immortality beds for her own nefarious ends, which is a brilliant way of explaining a game mechanic with lore. There's one on every level except security in the bridge as a way of upping the difficulty in the late game. After you've activated the first one on medical, you'll always get zapped back here unless you die in a boss fight or find another one. So, if you make it to, say, the 6th level, executive, die without finding another regen bay, you'll get zapped all the way back to the start. Cue an agonizing 5 minutes of standing in elevators and scraping past mutants to return to where you are. At least the music's bumping. Cool. Sometimes inconvenience is enough of a consequence, and System Shock's general difficulty means that this sort of system doesn't get in its own way. Thank you, corporate overlords. In a vacuum, these regen bays are the sort of transhumanist utopia that we're hearing about even today. It's pretty lucky for this video that we start off in the medical center because achieving immortality is the crux of what pegs of this philosophy preach. This is Natasha Vita Moore, a very real, not fictional transhumanist philosopher and author of the Transhumanist Manifesto. In 1983, she wrote, "Transhumanism challenges the issue of human aging and the finality of death by advocating 3 conditions. These conditions assert that aging is a disease, augmentation and enhancement to the human body and brain are essential for survival, and that human life is not restricted to any one form or environment." Aging is a disease. You gotta hand it to transhumanists, they know how to get your attention. But what if I were to tell you that today, in 2024, we might have cracked the code? Dr. David Sinclair in Harvard Medical School recently announced that they've been able to de-age mice and are already exploring if this is going to be possible in human beings. They were able to restore vision where it had deteriorated. The 3 blind mice aren't so blind anymore. For someone like me, who is sincerely scared about the breakdown of my mind and the potential for developing dementia or Alzheimer's, this is breathtaking. It's not likely that Harvard are going to stop us from aging in the next couple of years, but this is officially in the public psyche. A ladder that I thought didn't exist does. Not only that, we stepped onto the first rung. I see you there, Virgil. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can imagine the transhumanists like Natasha Vitamora excited as hell about this, and it's a breakthrough that's taken place in an educational institution. But of course, our very own Trioptimum, Alphabet, the company that owns Google, doesn't want to be outdone, and they're getting their sticky corporate fingers all over the search for immortality. Their company, Calico, is trying to conquer aging as well, and history tells us that if they're the first to do so, they'll either market this to make more money, or maybe do what Trioptimum does, and only offer it to those who pledge allegiance to them. But System Shock's general game economy flags to us why leaving this sort of medical technology in corporate hands is dangerous. The game arms you with a variety of dermal patches that the hacker can stick on their skin for upgrades. Medipatches heal you slowly but surely. Detox cures radiation poisoning. There are no side effects. Stamina up patches reduce fatigue, but after it wears off you'll get tired much faster. Sight vision patches let you see in the dark, but what they're really useful for is seeing enemies through walls. Figures, they have side effects too, where after they wear off everything gets darker. Reflex slows everything down, speeding up your reaction time, but once it wears off, you slow down for a wee while. And then finally we've got my sweet, juicy favourite, Berserk. This makes melee attacks stronger. In the original System Shock, it also warps the world into a funky LSD trip that might look fun in this video, but might look cool in this video, but when playing it's in danger of causing an aneurysm. The remake's Berserk patches are inventive as hell, spawning hallucinations of pixelated enemies that looked like they did back in 1994. It's an immersive and thrilling way of making the player feel paranoid, just like a come down would. Transhumanist critic Mary Harrington said in a debate with Elise Bowen that the contraceptive pill is arguably the first transhumanist invention. The pill doesn't heal or alleviate medical pain, it just changes the way the body works by default. It changes the way the body works. With all the side effects you'd expect. She's got a point. What's really the difference between the pill and patches like Berserk or Sight Vision? Thankfully for us, we can scavenge these patches off bodies or crates or help just nab them from a couple of desks. But for a Trioptimum employee, they are forced to spend that hard-earned dollar to buy them. We find vending machines strewn across the whole station with food, drinks, particularly these patches, and they cost quite a bomb. A $5 for one Medipatch in this economy? These patches are part of what I mean when I say System Shock is both a celebration and criticism of transhumanism. Just like the contraceptive pill, something like the Berserk patch is a scientific marvel, letting us access a different kind of lived experience. I know for a fact I wouldn't have been able to beat a couple of the game's bosses without it. They're a necessary contributor to our success. But Trioptimum's corporate greed colors this sort of transhumanist breakthrough and makes it murky and oily, like Peter Thiel's skin. Is that a low blow? I feel like, I don't know, like dicking on someone's skin. Like, some people just have oily skin. Like, it's just the way it is. I think I might keep it. No, I'm not. I'm going to take it out. Our big bad megacorp are happy. I've called the guy a fascist, so it's fine. Our big bad megacorp are happy for its employees to be restored to full health and the regeneration base for free. But if they want to use any of the enhancement tech to simplify the work, you're expected to pay for it. Perfection through genetics is their mantra. It's printed on every digital billboard we can find. But remember, when you're wearing one of these patches or undergo any genetic enhancements, Trioptimum's T's and C's say the company owns. It's a piece of you. A piece of you. Perfection through genetics. I say that a couple of times. How many times do I flag this? I'll just say remember. There we go. Back to it. Oh, I should just done it this way. Player ownership comes in the fact we can find recycling stations on Citadel. They'll let us dump our junk and scrap and get try credits in return. Typical currency, like the US dollar, has been replaced with company credits in 2072, reinforcing TriOptimum's totalitarian control and reinforcing this feeling that we're reluctantly working for the corporation we tried to steal from in the opening. You don't need to spend money or use the recycling stations, but you'd be a fool not to. There's rubbish all over Citadel Station, like trays, beakers, mugs that we can hoard if we've got the inventory space. The player needs to find room for, say, a tray that will take up a chunk of squares, and then once it's in the inventory, they need to actively select it to turn it into a tiny piece of scrap. I've seen criticisms that this is mundane, too many steps. Why do we need to have inventory space for the big thing just to turn it into the small thing? But it all goes back to player ownership, and I know I'm not alone in loving this wrenching of player involvement. In 1994, Charlie Brooker, creator of Black Mirror, reviewed System Shock for the magazine PC Zone. Did you know he used to review video games? I didn't until this video. Quote, System Shock is as absorbing as a... In 1994, Charlie Brooker, creator of Black Mirror, reviewed System Shock for the magazine PC Zone. Did you know he used to review video games? I didn't until this video. Quote, System Shock is as absorbing as a 2,000-foot sponge. It sucks you in until you're irretrievable. They could use it in prisons to quell riots. Giving the player the opportunity to hoard crap, vaporize that crap, and then carry that crap back to a recycling station for company credits while sneaking past and battling enemies is absorbing because it's just that, an opportunity. There are plenty of try credits you can find on corpses, and if you're extra clever, you can head off to Executive and hack card machines for all the money. You don't hack them, you find debit cards. Use corporate cards in card machines for all the money. Options, options, and more options. You're not forced to engage with any of this, but if you do, especially at the start of the game, you'll have an easier time of things. Shodan locks down the elevator, so in order to get where we need to go, we need to blow up some CPU nodes. When we do, she appears on the screen and asks, curiously, who we are. She doesn't know us, doesn't recognize us. It doesn't concern her right now. She's too vain to be concerned by an insect like us, but she is considering what our presence might mean. It's fun that all of this happens diegetically, with her speaking to us through the cameras and screens, rather than what she does in the original. Send us a polite email. It's time to head to the elevator, but before we do, I'm going to take a quick detour to upgrade my weapons. Collecting junk isn't the Collecting junk isn't the only time your inventory will be a hindrance and the next step to immersion. Collecting enough try credits, an average of 20, lets you buy a weapons mod, like a rapid fire setting for your handgun or a laser sight and damage bonus for your magnum. These mods can only be found at set corresponding locations on Citadel. For example, the magnum mod is in storage. You won't find it anywhere else. Once you find the machine and the money needed, you'll also need to make sure there's room to hold the bloody thing before you attach it to your weapon. But this whole finicky process is made easier if you discover the 2 inventory upgrades later in the game and come back. System Shock is incentivizing exploration and adding a sense of player ownership because these are badass upgrades, but they also change the look. Don't need it. A visual change to your weapon, especially ones that make them feel more solid and powerful in the action, justifies the entire economical system simply because it feels so good to wield. It's a visual representation of your progress through the game. The hacker is getting stronger, and they look stronger. Strong enough that Rebecca Lansing even begins to take notice of our progress. She tells us that a mining laser has been activated and is aiming squarely at Earth. If we can work with her to deactivate the laser, shut down Shodan, and regain control of Citadel Station, TriOptimum have agreed to wipe our slate clean as recompense. I say work with her, but I think we both know who's working up a sweat and who's sitting cozily in a desk chair, Rebecca. I don't see you trying to navigate this bloody level design. Now we get into level design. Lovely. Alright, level design. Bum 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 bum. Shodan's body. Is that sexual? I don't know. Blink and you'll miss it, but in a couple of Night Dives behind the scenes videos, you'll see the designers plotting out a plan to recreate a couple of System Shock's levels. And yes, you're right, it looks like the sort of maze you get on the back of a cereal box. Citadel Station is a nightmare to navigate. Everything is out to get you. The only way you can figure out where to go or what to do is through trial and error and by carefully listening to the audio logs of deados. So, don't be surprised if your playtime is spent desperately hiding in the corner of a room with your gun trained on a doorway. Sorry, just checking something on my phone. So don't be surprised if your playtime is spent desperately hiding in the corner of a room with your gun trained on a doorway as you try to comb through all the capital L lore to figure out what that engineer said about where the code you need is. Does it sound like I'm moaning? Because I'm not. It's awesome. Clunking through the echoey mechanical halls, Edward Diego's voice sounds out over the speakers. It seems mysteriously he's embraced Shodan's takeover of the station and is offering amnesty to any survivors hiding from her. She's offering eternal life, he says. It's through her we can achieve the sort of divinity transhumanism hails. Our next two stops, the research and reactor levels, show off how complex the game's level design is best. Like I said at the start, the mining laser has numerous steps to follow if we want to deactivate it, and none of them are spelled out all too clearly. We need to get an isotope, go down to the reactor, use it to enable some radiation shields here, and then turn on the security override before going all the way back to the mining laser. All of this is learned through audio logs, so we need to find them first. Who knows where they are, and find randomized security codes to open doors and turn off gizmos. In classic System Shock fashion, do I say that too much? Let me say fashion. Nope, perfect. Shit. Let's get back to it. In classic System Shock fashion, this was designed this way on purpose to up player engagement. It's not just Warren Spector who thought this vague way of picking up information is necessary for a shock game. Doug Church, the game director, thinks gaming as a whole is at its best when they're designed this way. In an interview with Richard Rouse III, he said, "We're a non-linear medium. At least I think the best examples of us are usually non-linear." And while I don't fully agree with him there, great games come in all shapes and sizes, and some of my all-time favourites are very linear in their structure, I do think that this non-linear design is perfect for what System Shock is trying to do. Breed a sense of paranoia, helplessness, and tension. Hey, Virgil. When you first go through, creeping around Citadel Station is hell. Despite a clear effort in both the original and the remake to infuse spaces with vibrancy, life, and nuance, they start to bleed into each other, so you'll often know which room you need to get back to, but you won't remember how to get there or which quadrant it's sitting in. Speaking of which, on this, just on that little note, have any of you seen, every day that passes, I think I'm more and more hyped now for this Prince of Persia game, the Metroidvania Prince of Persia that they're releasing. Apparently this is something you can do. You can like screenshot a room if you're there and you're like, oh, clearly I need a power up later. And then you can like pin it to your map. So when you can come back, when you're like, you get a new power up, you can check your screenshots to figure out where you can go back to use the screenshot, which I think is quite cool. That's quite neat. I like that it's not automatic. Like the onus is on the player to do that. They have to take note and go, right, cool. But it just means there's an in-game way of recording notes. I just think that's really clever. You can add little orange markers on your map to note points of interest you think are worth coming back to, but I really wish Night Dive would add a few variations of these. Even if they were separated by color, it would mean I could allocate, say, a green marker to a room that feels important and a blue marker to a room that has a chunk of ammo I might want to come back to. Practically every level is divided into 4 quadrants: Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. You'd think this would start to get predictable as a 4-point map system, but these levels are layered. Vent systems that cut underneath, rooms with shortcuts that loop back in on themselves, doorways like later in maintenance that don't unlock until much later. In the game's second half. In storage, you find plastic explosives that are needed to destroy relays in the top half of the station. Oh god, now I'm saying half again. Need to destroy relays hours after you get them. We pick up an audio log that explains the isolinear chipset we'll eventually need to use in maintenance long before... I'm saying long again. Oh no. Long before we need to do anything with that information. System Shock is constantly playing the long game with us, and it heavily incentivizes backtracking this way. If you pay attention, note any learnings, and geographically map yourself, you will know Citadel Station the same way Peter Thiel knows what fascism smells like. I'm keeping it. I know I said before, I put it in bulk because I wasn't sure. I know I said before that some of us thought it didn't work. I'm keeping it. I've decided I'm keeping it. Wouldn't that result in a bloated captures folder? It's all in game, Virgil, so I think that it just gets kind of like added to, I don't know, just to how the game saves itself. So it's not captured like on your system, it's captured like in the game. So it'll be part of like your save file, I suppose. There might be a limit, Chris, I don't know. There might be a limit. The labyrinthian scope of the levels got some in-universe justification here in the remake. We can find an audio log by Stacey Everson where she says, she talks about the psychological profiling stuff, like rats in a goddamn, well, you get the idea. The level design isn't entirely to blame for this level of obfuscation. The mission structure is as well. Some of the audio logs aren't quite as clear as you'd want them to be, and you really need to engage your brain if you're going to have a chance of pushing on. The second half of the game. Before long, the game introduces a whole sequence of backtracking that ends with a retinal scanner. The scanner is tied to the engineer Abe Girin, but Abe, shocker, is nowhere to be seen. Learning that it's Abe we need to find is the easy part. Thankfully, a technician called Travis Berger leaves an audio log documenting his dying moments where he says, "Where the hell is Girin? He's the only one with clearance to the office, ah!" But finding out which severed head is Girin's is the tough bit. Cut that off. Citadel Station is covered in severed heads and decapitated corpses. Here, you got two options. Aimlessly limp from corridor to corridor, seeing if you can pick up one of the various heads, or hunt for Abe Girin's audio logs, which are spread across numerous floors. I put together a timeline of what he was doing, where he ended up, and how he died so we can hunt him down. On easier difficulties, the audio logs are generally simpler, less wordy, and less full of those fun incidental details that we're using to overthink the game here. But even then, the Elysian epic that is Abe Girin's head feels like a lot of work. And it is. It forces you to pay attention. The game isn't designed to be played passively, and I struggle to see that as a knock against it. The layout of the levels isn't our only enemy. Shodan is known as one of gaming's greatest villains for a reason, and it's not just because of the warped, calculating tones of her voice actor, Terry Brosius, although it's no wonder Night Dive said they wouldn't have made the remake if she didn't return to voice the monster she created. Citadel Station is Shodan, and Shodan is Citadel Station. And the way she describes this setting as an extension of herself programs more meaning and context to fighting against the environment. She sees the hacker as an insect, a parasite, running around inside of her body. To tie in with the title. And if that's true, we start to see the various hazards and enemies as white blood cells coming to evaporate us. She turns off a bridge in medical. She locks down elevators. Here in the reactor, she ambushes us by locking down the room and unleashing some turrets. But you might think, what if you shoot the cameras in this room before you enter? Well, the game's prepared for that too, Insect. If you try to outsmart her, she mocks you and says shooting at the cameras is exactly what alerted her to where we are in the station anyway. Where you are in the station anyway. It's all smoke and mirrors, but Shodan is omnipresent and smarter than you. Making the security level a core component of traversal is ingenious. Some doors are locked off unless we destroy enough cameras or CPU nodes, even if we have the passcode. The respawn rate of enemies is determined by this, so it's a top priority while exploring. Looking down will get you killed. Looking up will get you further. She's prevalent, and her prevalence was one of the things that really excited Looking Glass when they were working on the original game. To go back to that interview I referenced earlier, he said... Who said? Who's he? Pass me. Shit. Is this Doug Church? Let's see. Why do I use Word and not Google Docs? I prefer to use Word, basically. I just prefer to use it. I'm so used to it. It's Doug Church. Doug Church says he. Doug Church said. Yeah, I've used Word my whole life. Like, I know where a lot of the buttons are. Clearly, I don't know where things like the dictionary are, but I know generally like what the hotkeys and things are. One thing that worked really well was that having the computer in the station be the enemy meant that on some level you can interact with your nemesis fairly regularly and fairly often in non-final ways. Great quote. If you're able to make it more than 20 minutes without Shodan interrupting your exploration, you'll be lucky, or unlucky if you simped for her like my chat did when I streamed the game. Cutting that. I've decided I'm going to keep Mummy Shodan, but I'm cutting that you guys simped for. But that 20 minutes of respite isn't all rainbows and unicorns. Even without Shodan's influence, Citadel Station is ready to pummel you, burn you, poison you, and make you cry. There's an energy charge or a maintenance that zaps us when we use it. It's booby-trapped and faulty. The reactor is covered in rooms where radiation barrels are leaking. Electricity wires hang from the ceiling and nick you as you walk by. Make you cry, walk by. Walk on by. That's fine. Shodan's rampage has turned the station against us. It's no longer an environment suitable for a human being. It's hostile. The inevitability of an environment like that is at the crux of some transhumanist arguments. Elise Bowen, in her book Future Superhuman, makes the case that we are past the point of being able to adapt to the world of the future, both from a tech standpoint and a climate change standpoint. Quote, "We have changed our environment so rapidly and so radically, and we have not kept pace with that change. So either we keep changing the environment, or we change ourselves to fit the environment." Just look at Kiribati, the first country that rising sea levels will swallow up as a result of climate change. We're now at a point where this will happen. An entire nation of people will be displaced. Their environment will no longer be fit for human beings to stay on. Transhumanists argue that we need to adapt. Global warming is coming. It's too late, they say. And while the idea of using technology to augment the people of Kiribati to adapt so they don't lose their country sounds awful, if that's their choice, who would we be to stop them? I'd argue that System Shock's world shows us what this sort of tech acceleration would do, though. We don't see an ounce of green on Earth. The natural world is gone, replaced with buzzing neon opulence. Kiribati's people wouldn't have retained their... Full stop. Kiribati's people wouldn't have retained their home. They'd probably be mining rocks on Mars. Part of Elon Musk's Martian government. If we are to accelerate tech the way that our old friend Herman Faustus thinks we should, that will ravage the Earth. How many resources will be needed for semiconductors, for neural implants? How much metal? Whether it's System Shock or Cyberpunk, this entire genre... semiconductors doesn't work. No, let's keep it. Let's keep it. Because semiconductors right now, massive contribution to climate change. How much metal, whether it's System Shock or Cyberpunk, this entire genre often notes that for this age of tech to truly happen, the Earth will need to be torn up. Does transhumanism solve climate change, world hunger? Arguably yes to the second one. We learned that Trioptima is using CRISPR, gene editing, in their research to produce more crops. Something is happening right now in our world. Arguably, and I really want to reinforce the word arguably in this sentence, transhumanism makes the first a non-question. That sounds callous. That sounds callous. Animals and plants will die, but the human race will survive. It does sound callous, but that doesn't flow. Transhuman makes the first a non-question. Animals and plants will die, but the human race will survive. I don't subscribe to this at all because it feels sometimes like transhumanism has given up. There's an argument to be made that it's a philosophy full of people painting their second home while the first burns down. Surely our technological furthering should be all in the name of improving our current home rather than moving past it. Is there really a point being immortal if we kill the rock we started from? Sometimes it feels like transhumanists preach an optimistic future where death is antiquated, but are a little too cultish in their devotion to giving up on the world we currently inhabit. And would you look at that, we've reached the perfect room to talk about cults. Alfear's not here, but that's Alfear's line, that. It was a good line. Down in the reactor level, we find this room. Skulls, candles, graffiti glazed on the walls, dead bodies lean slovenly, their friends desperately crawling for the door. Who did this? Who created this altar to Shodan, summoning in a new era of godhood and existence? The people before Shodan turned them into cyborgs, or the people post-cyborg? We've got to assume it's before the hack, because if it's after... For the hack, because if it's after, that implies creativity and artistry in our bad guys, and we don't see evidence of that anywhere else. It's a chilling space to stumble across, but the questions it gives us lead to one of my biggest criticisms with System Shock. The audio logs and emails are a key way to solely guide a player, absorbing every hint and snippet of a world gone wrong, but they're a product of their time, even in the remake, where there are more, where they're all voiced, where the language has been slightly tweaked to make them emotional and resonant. When I laid out a timeline of events, I found that the earliest audio log we could find dated back to January 2nd, 2072. In-game, we only really learn about 11 months of history. It's tough to get a truly clear picture of what Troutman's heyday looked like. There are snippets, but the environmental storytelling is primarily about the resistance movement that battled against Shodan in the month of October. And while the joke has already been made by funnier people than me, practically every audio log ends with someone getting shot. John, I'm bleeding out here, man, but my dying words are to remind you the code to my office is 428, blah, blah. Reinforcing the chaos and bloodshed is incredibly effective in making us feel Shodan's invincibility. She can't be stopped. So many people came up with plans to try to take her down before us, and they all failed. So what hope do we have? I'm particularly reminded of David Broyle's cat. In his dying moments, he thinks of Mr. Whiskers and asks his friend to feed him. I don't think it's fair to say that all of the audio logs are calculated ways for the game to tell us where we need to go, though. There's some sincere characterization in them, and you might even find yourself rooting for your favourites. Althea Grossman, the lead doctor on medical, undergoes a full arc where she carries abandoned survivors to a holdout, but after some of them died, she underwent a crisis, doubting her leadership skills. Bianca Schuler, a badass undercover agent who was investigating Edward Diego, ends up being one of the last survivors on the station, and when we cross her body, it's hard not to feel like we've lost a friend. She's been our main source of backstory because she was at the heart of Diego's corruption. Just like the level design, there's even an in-universe reason given for the audio logs. They were used to communicate, but mainly rolled out so Troutman's executives could monitor for any of those pesky corporate dissidents, or God forbid, unions. Kickstarter backers got to contribute their own characters and backstories, explaining why people would even agree to leave Earth and work in Saturn's orbit, but it's often difficult to get any real sense of why or history from these. Two of them reference two separate breakups. System Shock's focus is less on Troutman's corporate policy. If you want that, you can get it from the manual, and more on the people who are victims of the hacker's hack and Shodan's ruthlessness. Don't need a capital H for hack. Whoever did this pays for it. Yeah, good audio log. But here's the kicker, the really important bit. One of the things that makes System Shock so important in gaming history. It was the first game to do all of this, to tell its story through audio logs, and the reason why Looking Glass did this might surprise you. Let's check in with Warren Spector. Quote, we got that on that stream again, so Warren Spector on that Night Dive stream. Quote, the fact that everybody's dead is really wonderful and is part of what makes System Shock, but we did that because we had no idea how to do a decent conversation system. As a silly aside, after Warren said this on stream, Jonathan Holmes jumped in and was like, I just really hope there's some journalists watching who quote you on that. I think everyone being dead is great. I'm not a journalist, but you're welcome, Jonathan. It's not just the audio logs that are a System Shock staple, but the environmental storytelling too. You're not going to find anything like the kinds of tales we find in Rapture's halls, mainly because System Shock over-relies on using corpses to tell most of its story. But this was the defining moment when game devs realized that where something is, or where someone died, can be a narrative rabbit hole in itself. On Executive, there's a dinner table where suited and booted bodies sit passively. Some of them have their faces mashed into their plates, and there are two exec bots standing guard. Clearly Shodan tricked them into coming down for dinner and then shot them in the back of the head while asking for the salt. We can even pick up a literal golden spoon that Edward Diego was probably born with in his mouth. There's a bottle of lotion and a pack of tissues next to the massage chair. The original game used colour so confidently that it bordered on, see, find things that make you giggle. I'm quite chuffed with that. I think that'll come off quite funny. The original game used colour so confidently that it bordered on overbearing. The blues, reds, greens, they seemed hyper-saturated, but the team at Looking Glass painted its shades with elements of rust, dirt and blood to make these boxes seem more lived in. Rob Waters, the lead concept artist, cited visual influences like Star Trek or Alien, but even in the remake, I think the textures and claustrophobic design are more reminiscent of running around inside a PC. We are just an insect in Shodan's body after all, and geometry of space feels like dragging ourselves from our hard drive to our processing unit. Night Dive brought Rob back for the remake so he could recontextualize some... I've said recontextualize too many times. I'll just say redo. The language doesn't need to be overly complicated. So we could redo some of these spaces and designs with a more modern engine. In mind, because he didn't do the engine. The heart of System Shock's look remains in the 2023 release. You can see it shining off of every wall and bleeping out of every console. The team even used old school techniques like using sprite sheets for the animated computer screens. Its vibrancy could have been lost if they stuck to the Unity engine and kept the hyper-real art style, so half of me is glad that they pivoted halfway through development. The other half of me, however, isn't. System Shock has 2 puzzle minigames. One of these are just like the hacking minigame in Bioshock, pipe puzzles where you need to lead electricity on a merry little chase by turning conductors. These are fine. In fact, in the name of immersion, there are no tutorial screens popping up that get in the way, so you can jump in, turn some gizmos, and jump out quick as a flash. Tension remains because enemies can jump you while you're tinkering with these. Can grab you. The wire puzzles, however, can suck Shodan's artificial appendage. No worries, Virgil. I might be gone by the time you come back, but good luck. Suddenly I have an idea for a 2-hour something System Shock critique video. In the Unity version, these were much clearer to parse, but in the remake we can play today, they're imperceptible. You need to plug various wires in the corresponding ports and send enough electricity so it hits between these 2 points. Too little and it doesn't work. Too much and it doesn't work. There's a rigidity that feels unnecessary. You can turn the conductors to split the electricity, but the voltage itself doesn't change, which at least makes sense, but some of the wires have 2 volts and some of the wires have 1 volt. This is like, when I'm reading this out loud, it doesn't make total sense to me, but like, I think it's the simplest and cleanest way I can describe this. The footage will have to kind of do a lot of the talking. Look at the screen. Can you tell which wires have 2 and which wires have 1? Because technically that information is here. Really squint. You'll figure it out. I believe in you. It's here at the top of the wire. It's here. At the top of the wire, there's a light that'll tell you how many volts it carries. The game never tells us this. It's never tutorialized. That in itself is fine. Again, System Shock refuses to hold your hand, but here we go, uncompromising. Uncompromising. But the lighting of these puzzles is a disaster. It blinds you, so sometimes you can't even see the wire lights. How am I supposed to see that? It could be worse. In the original System Shock, these puzzles are played in a tiny screen at the bottom left of your HUD. I have awkward memories of practically gluing myself to an old CRT monitor as a kid, trying to figure out the power supply, but gaming was still in its infancy then. Yeah. You can forgive it. Night Dive, if any of you are listening, which obviously you won't be, please come up with a better way to teach us how these puzzles work. I can guarantee that it'll stop players from finishing the game, and it's the only part of System Shock where I wouldn't blame them. Disabling the mining laser, thankfully, stopped Shodan from blowing up Earth. It took us a while, but that's step 1 complete on our journey to stopping her. Shame then that she's got a plan B for wiping out humanity. She tells us she's been working on a mutagen virus in Citadel Station's groves. She was going to release it on Earth after devastating our cities, but now she'll just need to make do without. Get rid of the butt. There's a whole lot of Citadel Station between us and the Groves, and a whole horde of bad guys to kill. So, before we get the virus, let's talk about the shooting. Chat, where is my wife? It is 20 to 7 UK time. I'm just messaging her, 2 secs. Right, chat, well, what's the point of you then if you don't know where she is? I've messaged her there, just ask if she's on her way home. She was stopping off at her mum and dad's, so I'm hoping she, you know, I'm hoping she's coming home soon because I'm bloody starving. Still not home on Friday evening? Something fishy. See, I knew she was going to her mum and dad's. Like, I know that. I know she's there. I'm just wondering, like, why is she still there? Right. talking about robots. Robopocalypse is an easy name for this. Robopocalypse. In 1979, a factory worker called Robert Williams became the first person to ever be killed by a robot. While innocently doing his job, following orders by his manager and climbing a shelving unit, he was struck in the side of the head by a robot arm. The robot was also just innocently doing its job. It didn't sense Robert was there. He was killed instantly and lay dead for 30 minutes before his co-workers found him. During those 30 minutes, the robot kept working. If that story isn't enough to make you at least a little wary of automation and robo-violence, System Shock's next 3 levels, storage, maintenance, and the flight deck, will. They're overrun with enemies. Mutants, cyborgs, floating viruses that kamikaze into you, drones that gun down from on high, medical bots that swing wildly, humongous military bots that shoot grenades. The game officially kicks things up a notch. Food, you don't need that. Yeah. No, don't worry, Bakesh. I'm only teasing you. You're all right. All right, Anna Perovsky. Luckily, it seems as a survivor on Citadel. Anna Perovsky is hiding out on the flight deck. I mean, it's not a bad thing. It means that we're making great time with this. I mean, you know, this second pass, we've already reached over halfway. It means that maybe tomorrow I'll start recording the audio. Who knows? Luckily, it seems as a survivor on Citadel. Anna Perovsky is hiding out on the flight deck, locked in a firefight with Shodan's forces. She asks us to rendezvous with her, so let's fight on to our new pal while talking about the shooty bits and transhumanism's cyborg future. I love that sincere, careful thought has been given to why certain enemies are where they are. There's dozens of them. Mutants have broken out in a few decks, but they're a serious threat in the groves where the virus that made them is strongest. The exec bots wander the executive suites. Drones hover over the storage level because they were once used to lift heavy cargo. The security levels where Shodan feels most vulnerable, so she's ordered for energy mines to be brought up as sappers of our magic. Electricity. If an enemy does seem out of place, it's likely because Shodan has purposefully sent it after us. If the security level is too high, she'll send freakazoids like gorilla tigers or invisible mutagens over in cages and crates from somewhere else in the station. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Fear is bred in these halls because you never know what you're going to get, so you always need to be prepared. One minute you're skulking through vents, the next you're bumping into this little guy, plopped into existence by an evil AI. These enemy types all have specific weaknesses and strategies associated with them. Mutants are weak to fire, cyborgs are weak to electricity attacks. There's even a differentiation to how cyborgs behave and standard robots do. Cyborgs are quicker on the draw if they spot you, but their aim is more unwieldy and there's a chance they'll miss. Robots will always take a couple of beats to prepare their attacks, but once they start, their accuracy is unparalleled. Even back in the original, this was the case, but the remake makes each enemy feel a little more distinct. EMP grenades are gifts from the gods. They'll shut Robocops down, completely stunning them so you can get a few solid hits in. But if you're not careful, they'll sap us of our own electricity as well. Playing System Shock the same way you play Doom is a recipe for disaster. Preserving ammo is key. Doing a quick mathematical trade-off between how many bullets you'll use with your equipped weapon, or if it's worth switching to your alternate ammo or hide and swapping your gun, is always worth it. That's messy. Yeah, perfect. For example, Teflon rounds can put a real dent in metal-based baddies, but in some arenas you'll bump into them alongside mutants, where fire is preferable. The hacker is there to be treated like a Swiss Army knife, many tools for many situations, so player involvement, strategy, and tactical awareness should be your top priority. Like here, eventually we'll reach the bridge, our tense final level full of lethal bots and no regen bays to bring us back to life. It's safe scum central, but it's also where there are hundreds of autobombs patrolling a corner of the level that's a horrific maze. They're effectively roller mines. They'll careen towards you out of the gloom and explode, wiping you out in a quick fell swoop. And the worst part, these little fuckers weren't even created by Shodan. They were created by Trioptimum. Let me quote from the manual. Autobomb is the final measure response to an unauthorized breach of more sensitive areas. When vital human life, corporate secrets must be maintained at all costs. Trioptimum literally created the Autobomb to just wipe out everyone in a limited area, employee or not. I'm feeling good about this. My fear going into this, just separate from this, my fear going into this was that perhaps I talked too much about transhumanism and not nearly enough about System Shock. But so far, I feel like the balance has been very solid. Like, I feel like I'm talking about the game a lot, which is great. Because that was my big fear. I was a little bit worried that maybe I over-researched and crammed too much in. Charles will literally create the bombs to just wipe out everyone in a limited area, employee or not. For the hacker, there's one clear strategy. X-ray vision. Popping a sight vision patch means they glow through the walls. Or if we turn to the flight deck, the fact we can't tame down crosshairs makes this whole space a true challenge. This space is more vertical than anything you've experienced so far. Balconies, hangars, and cyborgs will ambush you from on high. Why did I put that in bold? Oh, it's because I listed cyborgs as part of them. Balconies and hangars mean cyborgs will ambush you from on high. And trying to figure out where they're coming from without zooming in can be tricky, but the game arms you with a whole host of tools to split the difference. The various cyborgs that Shodan has created, ex-workers who've been robotically augmented by her, will mutter aloud, speaking to her or echoing things she's previously said. Audio awareness plays a significant role in knowing where they are and getting the drop on them. If you hear the word insect clanking down a corridor, you can bet it's a cyborg. For transhumanism, the appearance of cyborgs is probably one of the most important parts of System Shock. Not only do transhumanists see them as the next part of our evolution, but they would even argue that some cyborgs walk among us today. Prosthetic legs and pacemakers are solid examples, but someone out there has augmented themselves in an even more impressive way, because I repeat way. Has augmented themselves even more impressively. Even more impressively. Meet Rob Spence. Rob is a self-confessed eyeborg who lost his eye, but can now use a camera to see. It's important to note that, by his own admission, this camera isn't sending signals to his brain, it just sends them wirelessly to his screen. Effectively, he's recording everything he sees in this camera. Imagine going on a date with this guy. Imagine going on a date with a guy who could work through the footage and give you a performance review. Yikes. I'm teasing, but considering Rob can record everything, augmentations like this raise severe questions about privacy. What if that date progressed to something more? Would you be comfortable asking a cyborg to take their eye out so you can get down and dirty? Transhumanists have been accused of endangering ableism because of stuff like this. Think of the deaf community. There's a whole... full stop. There's a whole culture that's sprung up around sign language with nuances and flourishes. Whole dialects have been developed unique to certain corners of the globe. If suddenly deafness could be cured, this would be a culture that would effectively be made extinct. It doesn't need to be bold, it's fine. And while I think those fears are totally valid, I don't think transhumanism is ableist. An ableist sees there being a set standard of good enough. For example, giving someone clear vision without the need of glasses. Transhumanism is going beyond that. Good enough doesn't exist in this philosophy. A transhumanist wouldn't look at a cybernetic eye and think, great, a blind person could see again, that's good enough. Instead, they'd ask, wow, now what? Maybe we can make it so people can zoom and enhance at great distances. Some transhumanists follow the same sort of creed Shodan does, thinking that there's a moral responsibility to always be improving ourselves based on the science and engineering available. And that is a can of worms I'm going to open in the next part, because I'm a glutton for punishment. Sorry, cool. Nubis is on our way home in 25 minutes. Let's see how much more we can get done. Some transhumanists follow the same sort of creed Shodan does. When I get to Elon Musk, there's a couple of things I want to check. Follow the same sort of creed Shodan does, thinking that there's a moral responsibility to always be improving ourselves based on the science and engineering available. And that is a can of worms I'm going to open in the next part because I am a glutton for punishment. just say later. Shodan cyborgs are augmented against their will. Some of them are just corpses puppeted by software she's uploaded into them. With exceptions like Edward Diego, nothing remains of the people they once were. Their free will is gone, wiped away by the technology holding them together. It's really important to remember that all of this has been made possible by Trioptimum. While Shodan's pulled the trigger, it's their tech acceleration, the ease with which they've plugged her into all of their systems, has armed her with the ability to take control. Even without a super intelligent AI, we as a species are shockingly trusting about what we put inside ourselves. We kind of have to get what we're given because there's rarely an alternative. Ah, right, I think I repeat myself here. Let me look up override. Oh, no, let me try just overrel. Well, I just say there's an over-reliance. No, it's fine. It's fine. This is where I give the example of it and then I reference it later. It's fine. It's not. I'm not repeating myself. For the real world, we just need to look at Karen Sandler, the executive director at Software Freedom Conservancy, an organization that campaigns for open source technology rather than corporate owned. Quote, I have a defibrillator in my body that I rely on. My heart is literally connected to a device with software that I can't see. These devices are broadcasting wirelessly. They're yeah. Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. These devices are broadcasting wirelessly. They're talking to a lot of other things. The Software Engineering Institute estimates that for every 100 lines of code, a new bug is introduced. Free and open source software has never been more important because we will never have true safety and security over time without it. Security without it. Think about it. Would you want a pacemaker in your body that Trioptimum has control over, but you don't? What if unique software? 6% to the unique software. Unique software form. Specific device. Specific, not unique. Specific software. At what point do you decide to start recording, and do you ever have to re-record segments of the script? Yeah, so Avocado, so I this is it. We're working, I'm not recording right now, but we're working through the script as like our second pass. I've cut stuff, I'm adding stuff, I'm changing wording, and then once that's done, I force myself to say, that's it. And then I start recording. And I might tweak, you're absolutely right, I might re-record segments, I might tweak things as I go. There's only ever like 2 times, I think, I've ever gotten to the video editing stage and I've realized, shit, I need to go back and re-record a bit. That's only ever happened a couple of times. Hopefully, touch wood, it won't happen this time, but we'll find out. Think about it. Would you want a pacemaker in your body that Trioptimum has control over, but you don't? What if the company folded and we lost the experts who understood the specific software that matched with your specific device? The thing about this is there is a solid defense for not opening that pacemaker code up to the world. If it was online, anybody would have easy access to send over a virus or hack it. Trioptimum's #1 priority is protecting themselves from other corporate interests, but the protections they put in place make it harder for someone to hack. Oh, wait. I forgot that the game literally opens with us breaking into their high security systems twice. There goes that argument. System Shock's Combat highlights this. We can get an upgrade that lets us hack the optic implants of robots and cyborgs, momentarily stunning them. It does feel a little hit or miss. Sometimes you'll hack them, but they'll still accurately get some licks in, but I'm glad it's here. With every goal achieved or enemy conquered, we can trace Shodan becoming more and more baffled by how we're possibly able to stop her army of drones. We are just an 8-brained meat sack. How can we possibly stop the next evolution of existence? See, I liked 8-brained meat sack as a title, but I feel like I've used it too much before we get to it. So I'll do it later. The laser rapier, that's how. Oh, honestly, Delino, so you're asking, what was those couple of times, i.e. which game? I don't remember. I don't remember. We're talking proper old days. Pre-Bioshocks. I just can't remember which ones. I think one of them was a Quantum Break video. if I remember rightly, that had nothing to do with the script itself. That was more just when I was listening to it, I didn't like my voice in it. I think it had like a cold or something and it just sounded off. We're not just limited to firearms, Citadel Station. Rusted pipes, wrenches with crystallized blood, and the weapon. I'm already feeling my voice get tired, which has got me a bit nervous about tomorrow. I'm going to stop after I finish combat no matter what. Rusted pipes, wrenches with crystallized blood, and the weapon turns into a rampaging god, the laser rapier that slices and dices mutants, cyborgs, and bots in little pieces. It's truly overpowered and ended up being my boss weapon in both playthroughs. But there is risk-reward to balance here, just like with all of System Shock's weaponry, because so many of Shodan's goons launch projectiles, the challenge comes in getting close enough without taking any hits. System Shock disincentivizes an all-guns-blazing approach with its many toys, proximity mines and such, except for here. There's so much in combat. Citadel is plastered with weaponry for us to play with, and even though the game will keep finding ways to kick our ass, the toys we find at least give us a fighting chance, and they're spaced methodically. Personal favorite, viruses, first spawn on the research. Don't need to say where they spawn. Who cares? There's a time for every weapon, and if you're low on ammo for what you want, the alternate ammunition can make all the difference, like the plasma rifle that eviscerates any tin cans and lucky enough to get in its way. We can switch the settings so it fires plasma cores, a big pink ball that bounces around a room, one hit killing everything, including us if it hits us. System Shock's combat arenas are claustrophobic and suffocating to up the fear factor, but they're far too chaotic for this attack, with angles sticking out making the core more dangerous than any enemies you're trying to kill. Eventually, we reach Anna Peralski's last known location. After searching desperately for any shred of humanity on the station, it's chilling to be faced with our first boss, the Cortex Reaver, instead. Anna is dead. Her corpse is piloting the Reaver, a huge mechanical spider. Shodan tricked us. The Reaver is a beast of a boss, launching missiles and lasers. Eking this fight out for too long is a recipe for getting yourself killed. Unless you got the laser rapier to hand. Die, die, die. Depending on your playstyle, energy is going to become as precious as health or ammunition, and if you're not careful, you can become a slave to the hacker's augmentations, unable to come up with a strategy unless it involves an implant or energy weapon. The laser rapier uses electricity, so does the spark gun. All of our implants, like our shields, require it, and it's a microcosm of what I mean when I say System Shock both celebrates technological progress and asks us to be wary of it. It's all about the choice. We just need to be mindful that we don't become complacent. Which brings me, inevitably, to Neuralink. Neuralink is Elon Musk's company is experiencing major breakthroughs in neural implant technology. There's a really impressive video where you can see a monkey called Pager play Pong with just its thoughts. The current goal with Neuralink is to let people with paralysis control external devices using their thoughts. Using their mind. Paraplegics could walk again. If this tech ever made it to the market, there would be obvious legal conversations needed about privacy invasion, about ownership. To monitor the safety of these devices, Neuralink as a company would likely need to monitor how they're being used. Somewhere deep in their database, every recorded thought you'd have would be sitting there. Or at least, brainwaves associated with a subject because I don't think it would be like in text form. I think it would come out differently. Accessible to a guy who thinks Tesla shouldn't be liable if one of their self-driving cars kills someone. For the avoidance of doubt, Musk, just like his fascist pal Peter Thiel, is a transhumanist. He's never claimed as such, but he's parroted this ideology in numerous talks or interviews he's given. He believes in the transhumanist project. After all, he's gone on the record that he thinks we should prepare for and embrace the future by any means necessary. There's actually no evidence that Musk and Thiel are friends, so I'm cutting it. Like, yes, they co-founded PayPal together, but in fact, nowadays you find them kind of like taking pot shots at each other in the media and stuff, so I don't think it's fair to say that he's, hanging out with Peter Thiel on the weekends. Because to my knowledge, he isn't. We haven't seen any evidence of that. In September 2023, we got an example of what by any means necessary means. So, this is the thing I need to check, because actually, I think that, at least 12 of them had to be euthanized. The number is much bigger. Much bigger. Neuralink, I'll bring this on screen for you in a minute. How many animals died? Yeah. Baboom. And I'll bring the article up so we actually have a proper Reuters. Reuters is the. It wasn't Wired. I was wrong. It was Reuters that found all this. So I need to make sure I get that accurate as well. Reuters. I got confused thinking it was Wired because we couldn't access the Wired article. Then The Verge quoted the Wired article, so it was Reuters. And what we learned was effectively that Neuralink itself, apparently, this is how we've managed to understand this. Apparently, this is how the human trials are still able to go ahead. Neuralink isn't the problem. Musk was the problem. Musk is the reason so many of those animals died because he pushed. There was a competitor, a Swedish competitor, Swiss. There was a competitor who was doing the same thing, who had breakthroughs, and Musk panicked, and he sent out emails essentially threatening to. Here we go. We could enable. In general, we were simply not moving fast enough. It was driving me nuts. Let me kind of zoom in so you can see this. Musk had told employees to imagine they had a bomb strapped to their heads in an effort to get them to move faster. So, like, it was the pressure from top down. That's why so many of these, missed deadlines, botched experiments. The experiments were poorly done rather than the technology fucking up. Synchron, that's the competitor. Synchron has also conducted tests, but has only killed about 80 sheep. Reminder, 1,500 animals. 1,500. Oh. Is it like that? Oh, it's right in front of me. 1,500 animals, including more than 280 sheep, pigs, and monkeys. That's because I think the rest of it will be mice. And whilst, you know, I don't want to hurt mice, I think that's the big number there. So, animals. Over 280 of them had to be euthanized after over 280 sheep, pigs, and monkeys. Because again, the number is much bigger, had to be euthanized after exhibiting bloody diarrhea, partial paralysis, and cerebral edema. Okay. Insiders told Reuters, quote, Animal 15 began to press her head against the floor for no apparent reason. Days after receiving an implant, she started to lose coordination. Staff observed that she would shake uncontrollably when she saw lab workers. Yeah. Musk claimed that the animals were terminally ill when starting the trials. They were going to die anyway. Neuralink isn't to blame. But A, these vet reports explicitly say otherwise, and B, I'm not going to listen to a guy who laughs about animal welfare when at least 280 animals died on his watch. The purpose of me not saying 1,500, because some of you might be wondering about this, is I'm thinking about the Musk fans. I must, you know, my video isn't going to convince them. The point is to... I don't want someone in the comments going, oh, why would that 1,500? Like, the majority of them were mice, and we do mice on tests every day. So, like, it's like, no. We're dealing with 280, like, mammals. Some of which were fucking monkeys. So that's why I'm doing it this way. It's why I'm not going for the bigger number, because the bigger number opens up a bigger target, to be frank. Right. Yeah, and he's laughing about animal welfare. Citing that Neuralink wasn't the problem. Where's implies? Because they don't say that outright. Implies that the Neuralink tech wasn't the problem, but Musk's demands were. He told his team of that pressure, surgeries were botched. Hundreds of paraplegics have signed up for this. In System Shock's world, the tests have been done, the monkeys are dead, and people like our hacker are sticking neural implants in themselves at a whim. It's how the game explains away the hacker's ability to mow down legions of bad guys despite just being a computer nerd. Edward Diego upheld his side of the bargain. We got our neural implant. If we remove the ethical concerns, it's worth thinking about neural implants on a grander scale. Say we enter into this world, where the internet isn't just in our pocket, but directly beamed into our brain. What will that do to us? When I stream System Shock, a member of my audience, it's you, Virgil, I can't remember if you were here for this, but I mentioned you in the critique. One of my audience members, Virgil, asked a great question. Would a neural implant take away from the pleasure of learning things? Have calculators cut down on maths learnings? Is Google Translate removing the need for a multilingual population? In System Shock, there is an over-reliance on networks and neural implants, and this means the Earth of this world is wide open for Shodan to take over. In her dying moments, Anna Porofsky tells us that Shodan is preparing to upload herself to Earth's comnet. If we don't stop her, she'll be in every system in every country across the globe. It's pretty scary in its own right, but we've got a virus to purge before we get there. Let's head over to Executive and the Groves. Cool, and then on to class. Which means title, and then we're going to stop. So, what do I want my title to be? Talking about immersive sims. I like never judge your player. Oh, perfect timing. That's the Nubisome. I'm going to put never judge your player down as a judge your player. As a kind of tester. I'll leave that where it is, and we'll pick this up tomorrow. So we got, excuse me, we got 3 left. Yeah, really long session today. So we've got 1 more writing session left, and then a recording session. I might see if I can start recording tomorrow, but we'll see how we feel. Title for the grooves must be groovy. Yes, very good. Right, okay. I'm going to love yous and leave yous. Thank you very much for joining me. Really good progress today. We finished the first draft, and we're about to finish the second. Stellar. So, I will see you all later. Thank you very much. Have a